やめろ、家族をやめろ、人間関係をやめろ。今すぐ薄暗い部屋で青白いライトを浴びろ。
大丈夫、怖かったこと全部上書きするからね。現実よりもおかしくなりそうなほど情報型のインターネット、今助けてあげるよダーリンダーリン。嘘は外と見抜けるし、この絵暴走しちゃうし、壊れてしまうけど考えなくていいんだよ。もうすぐ楽になるから。脳内に乱反射するポイズンレニン、麻薬より甘いよ。いいね、良くないね、君にとっては毒だね。いいね、良くないね、それでも飲むんだね。いいね、良くないね、二人の秘密だね。私だけ見ててね。まるで天使のように微笑む強めの計画、インターネットして悪魔みたいにささやく、あなただけの出番に入りが。浅い耳と承認欲求のオーバードーズ、脳電直撃する私たちだけの宗教と光、倫理より激しく生きた宇宙すら伸縮する恋、何度も送られる毒電波を優しさだけで包んで、逆さまのコンピューターと断片的なカウンセリング、きらめく屋上で奏でた夢見心地の旋律、夕暮れ時にさよならの練習をして、壊して愛して許してぐるってぐるってぐるって甘く狂わせて繋ぎ始める世界、曖昧になる風景、あなただけが映っているメモリー、神様なんていないよ。このふざけたインターネットは七色のサイケデリック SNS という瓶詰め地獄に救済を。過去の歴史は未来フリー、あなたのためならすぐそばに。インターネットエンジェル可愛い参上。まるで天使のように抱きつく強めの計画、インターネットして悪魔みたいにキスする、あなただけの入りが。
Hello everybody, good evening.
Hello.
Welcome to the stream. Let's see, let me go through chat here. Hello Kobes, Freyja, thank you for the resub. Hello Asterix. Hello, and Kimiko, hello. And hello Yuzuki, how is everybody doing tonight? Good to see you all. I'm so excited to be back for some Fata Morgana. Asterix!
Yay!
Thank you so much for the resub. I really appreciate it. Happy to have you here. It's been a good 3 months.
It has.
It's been awesome. Oh my gosh. Freyja, I know we've been fighting. I know that the other night we really got into it and you said that you were gonna kill me, and that was very horrible of you. But
You started it.
no, you started it. You got cummed on first.
What?
That's what they said when they came into my chat. They were like, Freyja just got cummed on.
I think, you know what? I think Chat started it to begin with. I think this is all Chat's fault.
Maybe. That might make sense. Oh my gosh. But despite everything, despite the horrible words and deeds you've said against me, I am a very nice person. I'm very forgiving. I'm very kind. I can let bygones be bygones.
You are a very kind person. Are we
So-
calling it truce? Or is there war just, oh god.
Badger Barbarian, thank you so much for the sub! Yay, good to have you here. I appreciate it so much. Please enjoy your new emotes. Welcome to the stream.
Welcome!
Yay. Yes, I'm very forgiving. So, I will forgive Freyja calling me a bitch. I will forgive her saying that she was gonna kill me. Yeah, Zoe, I forgive you. You're an angel, Zoe. You can't do anything wrong. Unlike Freyja. But I'm forgiving Freyja.
Okay, but I will also forgive you for calling me a bitch first, so it's okay. We're all fine.
Did I call you a
Dandy.
bitch first, or was I just calling you a whore? I can't
Oh,
remember.
maybe- I don't remember, because if you called me a whore, I would have been like, that's fine. But if you called me a bitch, those are fighting words. I don't remember which one came first.
I'd have
But
to go back.
somebody in my chat definitely said it first. They were like, Aqua just called you a bitch or a whore. And I was like, what the hell?
I feel like I gave them instructions. Yeah, I gave them instructions to go call you a whore. Because I was like, oh, of course she's getting cummed on, that whore.
No!
Okay, yes, then Freyja responded with bitch.
But see, it was bitch affectionate, so...
Oh, it was? It wasn't derogatory?
No, it
Aw,
was affectionate. Yeah.
That's so kind of you, Freyja.
Yeah, see, we're best
Yeah.
friends, everybody.
Wow.
No war, we're all good, all is forgiving.
For now.
For now.
Yeah.
Check back next week, maybe it'll be different.
Yeah, who knows? Things go on a dime here. You know, when I can't bully Essie, it's Freyja's turn.
It's true.
Yeah. And then sometimes it's my turn, and that's always really scary.
That's all Prismaria is a bunch of bullies bullying each other.
Yeah, especially you.
Yeah, thanks for the sip.
You're welcome. It's your man.
It tastes delicious, refreshing.
Ew! Ew!
So,
Oh my goodness. I feel like Nilla's the biggest bully of me. She's just not, she's been busy, so she hasn't been around as much.
it's
But
true.
she started most of the shit that revolves around me.
Yeah.
Yeah, Thancred's like, water you've left out for a few days. There you go. Have your stale ass water.
My stale ass water.
Yeah.
I accept.
You're welcome.
Thank you, kind guest, giving me stale ass water.
I know we probably do go after Freyja a lot.
I'm just so cute and innocent. Everybody wants to bully me. I get it.
It's because she says shit like that.
The truth? I get it. Okay.
You gotta
it's
put her in her
fine.
place, you know?
No.
Yeah.
What the hell?
You know, that's just how it is, bitch.
Bitch.
Bitch. Yeah, Freyja instigates. You know? I'm just out here living my own life, doing my own thing.
No, wait, don't bully me though. What? No! Bully Aqua!
For what?
Just bully Aqua for
For what?
everything. Everything.
What's
She
there to
likes
bully
a
me
cat
about?
boy. Like, that's
Well, and he's
already
so cute and perfect.
See? That's bullyable.
Oh, Freyja,
Mm-hmm.
you're gonna regret that.
Uh-oh, I know. I'm gonna fall head over heels for
Yeah.
you and be like, ah, shit, not me too.
Oh, see, Freyja tells lies. She breaks promises. She's a bad person.
Okay, funny story about that, Zoe. So me and Zoe were talking because we have a collab on Sunday,
Mhm.
and she showed me a picture of her cat, and I was like, oh my god, you know what? Shadow does the cutest thing. Let me show you. And then I went to go take a video, and I literally took a video of him, and then he wasn't doing it, so I turned off the camera, and then as soon as I turned it off, he did the thing, and I was like, Shadow, oh my god. So I was gonna tell you today that I'll have to record it properly later and show you after. You bitch.
Like, don't forget you owe Zoe.
I won't. I cross my heart, hope to die. I will not forget that I owe Zoe.
Mm-hmm. Listen, Asterix, sometimes I'm just a bitch with bad taste, you know?
Like, yeah,
Sometimes
cool.
sometimes I'm just the dumbest bitch on earth, and I see a man who is so rancid, and I'm like, oh, I can't not fuck him.
It's so true.
Listen, there's something wrong with me.
No, I think it's delightful.
Oh, Freyja, when you get to him, I'm so curious because you're either gonna be like, there's something wrong with you, Aqua, or you're gonna be right on with me.
Oh, I'm so curious too.
I feel like you can fly between the two extremes, you know?
Oh, yeah. I'm curious.
Gosh, how do I put this in a way that doesn't spoil? He's, like, very theatrical. He's very annoying. He like, he's a time and a half. But, you know what else is a time and a half? The house in Fata Morgana is.
What a lead-in.
Thank
really
you.
good.
I thought of that on the spot. I was like, I do need to retrail this back towards what we're actually doing today soon, or else we'll never get there.
So what are we doing today, Aqua?
We're gonna read more of The House in Fata Morgana, which is a gothic romance visual novel that is very dear to both mine and Freyja's hearts.
Yeah.
Yes, and we've been working on reading it together for anybody new. And tonight we are going to continue. Oh, I got a La Creatura redeemed. Thank you, Axel. While I put that on, do you want to, like, start off with, like, what you can remember for recap, Freyja?
Yes.
I know it's been a bit.
Okay, so do we feel like going over the entire game in a very, very fast, like, XYZ, this is how we got to this very point, and then kind of go into more detail about Morgana's past?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
so.
Okay.
Oh god, I have to put on copium too. Give me a second.
Take your time. Okay, so I'm very bad at summarizing everybody, so give me a break here. Basically, the whole story is you wake up in this mansion and you're not sure who you are, but there's a maid there, and she's like, "Oh, master, like let me help you remember who you are." So we go through different doors. There's 3 different doors to start with, and behind each door is a different time in like the mansion. So it starts in like the 1800s or 1700s or something like that, and then it goes through and you learn about each of the tragic stories that happened to the people living in the mansion, and turns out none of them are you. Turns out you're somebody else. And the 3 people that you visited beforehand actually did something very bad to the witch that lives in the mansion. So she cursed them, and they were cursed to live in this cursed mansion and kind of die and be reborn as other people and go through hell again, and you know, typical witch stuff. We find out that the maid is actually our lover, who's also kind of been killed and is living in the mansion and helping out Morgana. Morgana's the name of the witch. She was killed and is helping out. She's an immortal being now in the mansion. and she's helping the witch in getting this revenge in the hopes of seeing her master again return to her lover return. And so you realize that you, as the main character, you are the person that Giselle, or the maid, has been waiting for this whole time. But the maid has been through so much at this point. She's like, can he even love me? Am I even the same person? And you, Michelle, the main character, are like, yes. Like, don't worry. Like, I'm so sorry for keeping you waiting this whole time. But it's me. I'm your lover. Like, we're together. Don't worry. Like, we can be together again. And as soon as you're happy about it, the witch was like, no, this girl's mine. You're not taking her. You're not getting a happy ending. So she drags Giselle away from you, and you have to go get her back. So in the process of getting her back, you go through Morgana's story and her backstory and how she got to where she is now. So take it away, Aqua.
Okay, yes, so the basics of Morgana's backstory is that, back way a long time ago, like, before even 1000 AD, her mother was an unmarried woman who became pregnant and claimed that she was pregnant with the child of God, and that basically a series of coincidences lined up that led the village that Morgana grew up in to believe that she really was the child of God, partially because, a drought ended on the day that Morgana was born with a huge rain as soon as she, let out her first cry, and also because Morgana managed to convince people that she had, saintly, healing blood, that she would, basically, she would self-harm and cut herself open and give her blood to sick and, injured people to, cure them, and, the villagers believed her, it would basically cause, a placebo effect that would, cure them even temporarily. But, Morgana's mom ends up being, frustrated with the fact that Morgana, is just giving people help for free while they live very poorly. And Morgana's like, well, that's just, I'm being godly, that's following the Bible. I can't charge people for that. So Morgana's mom ends up selling her off to a very rich and sadistic lord who, basically uses her in some noble banquets that are very twisted. And so Morgana's there until she's about 12, and she gets cut up and traumatized so badly that, it leaves her, it basically makes the skin on her face start to peel off. So she's kind of permanently disfigured by the trauma of what she's been through. But eventually there's an uprising in the Lord's manor, and a slave boy rescues her and takes her back to live with some friends at a brothel, and kind of through there Morgana starts to be happy, and she ends up loving the prostitutes at the brothel and being happy with the slave boy who uses his only money to put medicine on her face every day, even though it's expensive. But once again, one day the brothel is raided by a bunch of bandits, because times back then were just very dangerous and they were living in a very poor slum. And so basically everybody in the brothel is killed and Morgana is taken into slavery. And on the cart she ends up freed by chance by a man who resembles one of the men in the first stories we read, who kills everyone on the cart but her because she was crying, basically. And then he just kind of walks away like a weirdo. I love him.
I love him too.
Yeah, she's like, why didn't you kill me? Why did you do this? And he's like, I don't know. And then he walks away and just leaves her in the middle of the road with all the bodies, which is a lot. But from there, Morgana ends up, she finds an old medicine woman's hut, and the woman has very old. She ended up already dying inside the house on her own. So Morgana decides to, just push the woman's body into the lake nearby the house. Because, yeah, at this point she's just so traumatized and scared, and she wants somewhere safe and alone to stay. So she basically takes over the whole house. She sells people medicine for, like, food and stuff, but she never, like, lets them inside or opens the door, except for one young man who's just a tiny bit older than her, who came looking for medicine for his dying sister. And for some reason, Morgana finds herself compelled to open the door and talk to this young man directly, and they end up sort of like, forming a friendship, because Morgana ends up so touched that this young man, he doesn't, like, recoil or grimace at her when he sees her face. He just kind of smiles at her and, like, invites her on walks and all of this stuff, and, makes her just kind of feel like a normal girl for once in her life. So Morgana ends up trusting him so much, she starts giving her blood to his little sister, and at first it seems to work, and then her sister keeps getting sick again, because, as Morgana says, it's likely just a placebo effect. Her blood probably isn't actually doing anything. And so, some time passes, the boy doesn't come see her for a while, she gets very lonely and upset about this, and when he does come back, it's with the man who killed all of the slavers in the cart when she had been captured. And so this man, bursts in, chops her arm off with his sword, and then takes her and, like, says, that the Lord hired him. And they, like, all three men together lock her inside this tower and regularly drain blood from her to, like, sell as, like, medicine for, like, reasons that Morgana doesn't fully understand, because she's just locked in this tower. And eventually she just, gets so weak and sick that she dies up there. And when she dies, she curses all three of the men in, like, very specific ways to, like, never make them happy. Like, she curses the young man to, like, only be loved by family if he loves his little sister so much. She curses the foreign man who like, went on the rampage, that if he, like, fears his beast, like, his inner beast so much that he'll never be able to escape it. And she curses, like, the Lord who loves his power so much to only ever be able to have power. So that's basically what she reveals to Michelle. And Michelle, the protagonist, he empathizes a lot with her, but he's still like, I can endure this pain for Giselle, I'm gonna make it past you. So he manages to kind of make it past going through Morgana's whole, like, backstory in life and feeling all of the pain that she went through in life.
Yeah. Because, oh my god, romantic.
Yeah.
Giselle was up in the very top of the tower, so Michelle was like, okay, I have to go up this tower. But as he was going up this, like, never-ending Mario staircase, Morgana was telling him the story. Every time that she got cut, he felt it too, so he was feeling all of the same things that she was feeling. But he was like, you know what, if you can go through this, or he was like, I can go through this for the love of my life. I can do this. I can get to Giselle.
Like, so he was like, I won't leave her alone again, never again, And so he makes it to the top of the tower, and suddenly he is, like, back in, like, his bedroom.
Maybe it's the way you're dressed.
Essie! Hi, Essie. Hello, Deus. Oh, Deus. Hello, how are you? I mean, my first instinct is to say it wrong again. No! Oh, what a time. Oh my god. Okay, where was I? Oh yes, so he's in his room with Giselle, and she suddenly seems very upset with him, despite how they were before.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. And she says basically that Morgana let her see a letter that he wrote to his mother before, like, he died in their original life. And the letter basically says, along the lines that, like, he wants to come back to his family's house now that his father's dead with Giselle, and that he wants his mother to accept that he was never cursed, and that this apparently involves the idea that, like, he says that he hopes that she can accept that he was never a girl, that he was always a man, and that he's not her daughter, but her son.
Yeah.
And we basically leave off there with, Giselle seeming upset about this, and Michelle being also very upset, also very traumatized by this information being kind of revealed, especially to Giselle. So, you know, obviously, little warning going in, this next section of the story is going to involve a lot of characters being very transphobic and intersex-phobic. Obviously, it's not meant to be taken as correct, or like, you know, the narrative does not see their viewpoints as right, and, you know, like, obviously neither do I or Freyja, but, you know, it's there to just explore Michelle's experiences. So if that kind of thing is, like, upsetting to you, if you have personal experience with that sort of thing and it, you know, is hard to deal with, you know, just be aware of that. If you need to hop out or, like, take breaks, that is totally okay. We do not mind at all, and I want people to know that. No,
Yeah.
Thank you, Essie. You're so sweet.
Yeah, you heard Essie. Let's
Yeah.
go. Come on.
Aw, thank you for the
Go!
bits, Asterix! Yay! Aw,
Thank you.
yeah,
Thank you for the wonderful summary.
no problem. Anything Essie wants, Essie gets, huh?
It's true. Anything.
Alright, so let's switch over to the game.
Alright. Oh, I'm so excited.
Yes. So, we're ready to get into it. Okay,
I'm excited, but also so sad.
me too. Also, please do let me know how the volume is at any point in the story. We have discovered that this game has volume mixing that is kind of all over the place. Some tracks are very loud and some are very quiet. Asterix, thank you for all the 5 gift subs! Oh my gosh, that's very kind of you. Oh, everybody who got a gift sub, if you're here, please do say thank you to Asterix and enjoy your new emotes and everything. Copium Nero! Oh my god.
I love this.
God. Copium Nero. He really is on Copium all of Final Fantasy, huh? God.
Also, if anybody wants to go back and, like, if you're just joining now and if you want to go back and watch the rest of the series, Aqua does have it posted on her YouTube.
Oh,
It's
yes.
very good. It's all fully voiced. You ever wanted a visual novel that's fully voiced so you can just put on the background?
I did
Oh, no,
not
you're
make a
not ready?
YouTube command.
No!
I thought I had. I sure didn't.
What about
But
this one? Does this one work? Wait.
let's see, that's the
Oh, it's
trigger.
just trigger warning.
Yeah.
Mm.
Let me grab my YouTube, and then later I should make an actual YouTube command.
Yeah.
Me out here making a command for, like, the playlist that I use for, like, starting soon. Oh my god, I knocked over my microphone, but it's fine.
Oh.
We good.
Oh, good.
Okay. There is the YouTube channel. If anybody is new and would like to go back and visit the VODs. Oh, Yusuki, thank you. But yes, pretty much everything is uploaded there except for one section that I lost to Twitch. But I know we do summarize it in the part afterwards, at least.
We can always maybe if people enjoy it enough, maybe we can go back and re-record later. Who knows?
Yeah, we could always do that.
Yeah.
Alright. I forget who's narrating this exact part. Should
I don't remember either.
Should I just go for it because I know Michelle's like the narrator of most of like it? Maybe this
Yeah,
is
go
him
for
talking
it.
about himself.
And if we need to switch, we can switch.
Yeah, if we need to switch around, we'll switch around. Alright. There were 2 things out of the ordinary about that baby. The first, its parents embraced, and the second, they wholly rejected. Although, it was some time before the baby's second peculiarity emerged. And until it finally did, no one was any the wiser. Not even the child itself. Its mother surely enjoyed that brief period of happiness, before her child finally realized the truth. Enjoy making your pizza, Asterix. That sounds yummy. You'll have to tell us
Give me
how it is
some.
when you get back. Oh, yeah, you have to bring Freyja some. She's very mean and demanding.
Yeah.
Blind to the fact that the moment it had let out its first cry, everything came crashing down. To this day, she still doesn't know the child she gave birth to. That she set loose a curse upon the world. A curse that turned angels into demons, humans into witches. Oh, I was Antonin, wasn't I?
You were.
Yeah, my god, look at that.
She's beautiful, isn't she? Have you seen her laugh?
Not yet, I haven't. At any rate, that color certainly is something else.
God's gift to us. No, she's an angel sent from heaven.
An angel. Ah, yes, I can see it now, Liddy. Her white hair and almost translucent skin, it's beautiful. Oh,
Why, she opened her eyes. Maybe she felt you nearby. Do you like your father more than me? Is that it, sweetheart? Gorgeous, aren't they? Such a deep, enchanting color. Like two little jewels.
ah, that they are. A magnificent shade of red. I've never seen anything like it.
Just like me.
And this is our child. This is me talking to Graha, and Freyja's the child.
Our child, yes.
Ew. Imagine having Freyja as your child. Oh.
I know, the words have stick in my mind. She's special, I can feel it. We have to take good care of her. She needs a name. One that's just as special as her.
Hard pass. I think I'd be scared.
Have you already chosen Antonin?
You were the one begging for a girl. You do it. Besides, I already had to rack my brain for the boys' names. Now it's your turn.
Are you really going to let me? My, that's quite a lot of pressure.
Name her after an angel, then.
Oh, I like that. Alright then. We'll call her Michelle, after the Archangel Michael. You'll grow out to be beautiful as an angel, my Michelle. I've always wanted a little girl.
With her snowy white hair, skin so pale you could see the veins beneath it, and her ruby red eyes. She was a very peculiar-looking little girl, and her mother showered her with love. She truly believed her daughter was an angel sent from above, born as a human child. The blessed babe, born a girl, was given an angel's name. Michelle. Me. Okay, yes, it was him. Phew. Checkmate.
Michelle!
Gah! I see, that's what you did. I really like how the sprites change up for this chapter.
Me too.
We get these, like, black and white portraits instead of the usual, like, visual novel type. It's neat.
Yeah.
Curses, I completely overlooked that. I thought you were advancing with your pawns, but that was all a diversion. You're too short-sighted, Didier. You need to look at the big picture. Sometimes it's the tactician and not the soldier holding the sword. You got me. You're quite good at this, Michelle. What inspired you to take such an aggressive strategy? It was not inspiration. It was derivation. Yeah, he is kind of rugged looking.
Yeah.
Derivation. Chess is in many ways similar to real war tactics. Ah, my military texts. You haven't read all of them, have you? I have nothing but time. Impressive. Even I haven't read all the books in my room. You planning to join the Order with that kind of knowledge? You jest. You're the one who's going to be a knight, Didier. That I am. War is the men's job, after all. I want you to be there to welcome me home.
Didier! Oh, Didier! I'm in a bit of a bind. Oh, hello there, Michelle.
I didn't know you were home, George.
Just got back, yep. Oh, playing chess again, are you? Let's see, what do we have here?
Get away from the board!
Yikes, you got trounced, huh? And you call yourself her big brother.
As if you're any better. That's not funny, George. I cannot approve of someone who can't keep up with the flow of battle becoming a knight. Given our family's rank, you would eventually be put in charge of other soldiers. What, are you worried about me? Yeah, this music's pretty. As always. No, I'm sane. I've been blessed with such a caring sister. But fear not. I have a guardian angel, after all. Where's the logic in that? Pizza time, just like Peter Parker. What?
Some of that's mine. Nothing. It was just so funny. All the references. You just came out with that so fast.
I think about pizza time all the time. Every time I have pizza, I hear Tobey Maguire's voice in my head being like, pizza time.
Sorry to interrupt your moment, but
Does nobody listen to me? Now, don't pout. So it seems to be the problem, George. Yeah, I did hit you with a Toby meme.
Yes, listen to this. The Royal Court is holding a swordsmanship show. And for some reason, I was selected to participate.
How unfortunate for you. I can already see you on the ground sobbing.
Hey, now, that's just mean. Besides, my hands weren't meant to hold a sword.
Oh my god, yeah, when Peter asked for cookies with nuts, iconic.
Look at these dainty fingers.
They're covered in calluses.
Dainty calluses. Tell me, why would they have an artist sword fight?
That's the whole point, I would think. No need to get so worked up. No one's expecting you to win.
Maybe not, but we do have a name to worry about. And you know what that means, don't you? I'm going to lose, that's a given. But I want to do it in style.
I feel bad for your sword.
Oh, don't be like that. Now come on, time's a-wasting. To the courtyard we go.
Just so you know, if I train you, I'm gonna train you right.
All I want to know is how to look good. I just want to play the instrument without actually looking... I just want to look good while playing the instrument without actually playing the instrument, you know?
George could be in a band.
Yeah! Just like stick him in the back with a harp.
Yeah.
No one knows how to play a harp. They just look pretty while doing it.
Uh-huh. What is it, Michelle? May I watch?
Fine with me, but you know you can't go outside.
I'll be watching from the hall. I can open one of the windows facing the courtyard. Still, you need to be careful. You can't spend too much time in the sun. I know. Yeah, all the harp players are gonna be at Freyja's throat.
Uh-oh.
I had 2 older brothers. The eldest, Didier, belonged to an order of knights that served the church. And below him was George, who served as a court artist. He was, in all likelihood, who would inherit the family estate, as knights were not formally allowed to own property. Nevertheless, the Bollinger family was upheld by Didier. And then there was me, the youngest, the only daughter. Physically, I was not in particularly good health. Because of the color of my skin, I was hypersensitive to sunlight. I rarely left the estate. My world was contained entirely within these walls. And perhaps out of some sense of pity or compassion, my 2 brothers spent a good deal of time with me. Didier played chess with me, and George taught me how to draw. And among other things, they taught me how to read and write. For a girl, I was incredibly fortunate. The one thing I wasn't allowed to do, though, was hold a sword. While hardly anything unusual, it bothered me deeply. And it had for as long as I could remember. If I had been told I couldn't do it because I lacked the strength, I probably would have accepted it. But the reason given was not that I was weak, but that I was a girl. And with each passing year, that smoldering frustration in the back of my heart grew larger. Come on, put your back into it.
Like I said, all I want is to put on a good show.
Oh, you'll put on quite a show, unless you learn how to swing that sword properly.
Give me a break!
Anky Freyja. Freyja doesn't like this.
No.
Freyja doesn't like injustice.
That's right.
She's a bunny of human rights.
That's right.
Out in the garden, my two brothers traded swings bare-chested. All I could do, though, was observe from afar. And every time I found myself forced to watch, I felt a sharp pain, like a needle piercing my chest. A needle that seemed to be growing ever thicker. My mother and my brothers loved me dearly, but that didn't change the fact that the outside world lay beyond my reach. I was trapped in the estate by my own body. At first, I thought that was the root of my pain. But that answer seemed to contradict something inside me, something I couldn't explain. Something I couldn't ignore, even as a child. So I searched within myself, trying to find an explanation for the constantly swelling sensation of rawness inside me. Day after day, I gazed into the cavern of my own heart.
My, now what are the two of them doing out there?
Georges was asked to do a swordsmanship show at the royal court, so Didier's helping him.
Swordsmanship? Oh, I just can't stand those shows. Blades are so dangerous. I can't watch people swinging them at each other. Why don't you come back to your room with me, Michelle? I would love to teach you how to sew.
But, Mom, I want to watch them practice.
Michelle. First of all, you need to watch how you speak, young lady. You do not call me Mom, you call me Mother. This is what happens when you spend so much time around boys. As your mother, I don't approve of you playing chess or making art.
Bahari, hello! How are you?
A woman has no need for such skills. They will only make you look insolent.
But...
I want you to grow up to be a respectable woman. That is my job and my dream as your mother. Apparently.
Yeah, I guess back in this time, you know, I think especially probably the connection to it being, like, reminiscent of war tactics would have made it seem, you know, more masculine. And, you know, obviously this sounds bad, but back then, like, I'm sure, like, an intelligent pastime wouldn't have been seen as, like, something girls could or should do.
Yeah.
Oh, I accidentally turned on autoplay. There we go.
Oh, good.
Alright.
Have you seen The Queen's Gambit? I sure have.
I actually still
Back then-
haven't. I should.
Oh, it's so good. Back then it used to be seen as like a men's sport. Now come. I would rather you looked at some fine embroidery with me than a couple of sweaty men.
It is funny how, like, that stuff can seem so ridiculous nowadays, but, like, back then it was, like, very much something people believed in and thought was just common sense. Yes, Mother.
You are my little girl after all.
Spending time with my mother was agonizing. Was it because her world was so isolated? No, that wasn't it. Her gentle voice, the sweet scent of her perfume, the way she constantly told me how much she loved me, and her diatribes about how wonderful it was to be a girl. Everything she did put so much pressure on me. But above all, she loved to say, "You are my little girl, after all." And there was nothing strange about that at all. Every time I looked in the mirror, I saw the daughter of a noble. That was who I was. So the only thing wrong was how I felt. But every time I was faced with the reality of who I was, my heart wavered. I had no interest in learning to embroider. I didn't understand why that was necessary. I knew what purpose it served. Everything she taught me I would need when I was wed off to some noble boy, and it was my responsibility to learn those things. It didn't feel right, though. I couldn't even accept the fact that one day I would be married. It was but an ominous shadow lurking in my future. I would have preferred ravaging the books in Didier's room than having a conversation with my mother. Tales of heroes of old and dauntless soldiers. Military texts written by tacticians in the midst of war. Thinking about them set my heart aflutter and made me think about my brother. He was training to be a knight. I envisioned armored, flecked with rust, a lawn sword glimmering with the blood of savages. Soon I found myself in my fantasies, imagining how the sword would feel in my hands. The sensation of the hilt beneath my fingers, swinging it gallantly, like my brother. How heavy was it? How much muscle would I need to carry it? How much impact would I feel in my hands when I struck something? How restricted would my vision be wearing a helmet? How much did it weigh? How hot was it inside? I had no way of answering any of those questions, though.
It's true, they are starting to.
Yeah.
Kill me now.
I have some cloth if you'd like to wipe yourself off.
Oh, yeah, thanks. Ugh, I'm so dead.
You were at it for a long time.
I've never known D to have acetylene once he gets started. Which I guess is what makes him knight material, but...
Are you opposed to him becoming a knight?
Well, you know, I kinda assumed he'd inherit the estate and handle taking care of everything. So it's like, why has he gotta go and be some priest whipping boy? Don't tell him I said that, though.
He wants to fight for the greater good.
I don't know. Despite the name, he wouldn't be doing much fighting himself. Anywho, someone as passionate as him might be able to make changes for the better.
Changes?
Who knows what condition the order is in?
You're back with pizza, yay! What kind of pizza do you have?
Where's my pizza?
Yeah, where's Freyja's pizza?
Yeah.
Yummy! Alright.
Yay!
Yay, pizza!
Pizza!
Pizza, pasta, put it in a box. What?
I'm just remembering that TikTok that you released. I'm just
Oh, yeah.
There he is. Pizza, pasta, spaghetti.
That's how I get into the Italian accent.
I know, it's so good.
Pepperoni
with
next.
extra
Oh, it
cheese.
sounds so good. I will have some of that for sure.
Yes. That's why he's joining. Figured he wants to whip him into shape, melt him down, and reforge the whole thing.
Huh. So he might be able to change things.
What? What are you wondering about, Michelle? Hey! Whoa, hold it!
Bone apple teeth. The pain I felt in my chest when I smelled the sweat emanating from George's body. When I looked at his slender but distinctly male build, I was convinced it was admiration. Did I want to become a knight too? Hello, Mermom Hina! How are you doing tonight? It's good to see you!
Welcome!
Maybe the discomfort I felt was because I wanted to be like him? Would it all go away if he were able to change the rules and I could join the order as well? I was positive it would. Didier! Michelle, hold on. You can't come barging into my room unannounced. I'm trying to change. Oh no, you almost choked on the bite?
Oh.
Well, that's what they mean by bone apple teeth, you know? We need to talk. I said stop! You're a girl. You can't just walk in on a man as he's changing. I see no reason for you to be so self-conscious. Listen to me, Michelle. George tells me you're planning to overhaul the order. He told you that? Oh, you finished work? I hope you had a good day at work. Hope it wasn't too tiring or stressful.
Congrats on finishing.
Mm-hmm. No, I hardly have such grand aspirations. Don't be coy. I believe you have what it takes to do it, Didier. What's gotten into you? You're unusually fiery today. So I want to ask you a favor. When you have enough influence in the Order, I would like you to make me a knight too. You what? I'm tired of the way Mother treats me, always saying I can't do this or that because I'm a girl. I want to learn how to swing a sword. I don't want to do embroidery. I don't care about jewelry or fancy clothing. Michelle, what's gotten into you? I'm so much more interested in the world you live in, Didier. So please, well, I suppose we might have let ourselves spend too much time with you.
No!
Not you too, that's exactly what Mother said. First of all, Michelle, you don't have the strength to hold a sword. Then I'll train until I do. And if that doesn't work, I still have my mind. You know good and well I could... People are not chess pieces, Michelle. But Didier! But above all, you're missing the most important point. I will not for any reason become the kind of man who makes a woman take up a sword.
Coward.
Didier, this may seem normal to you growing up with two brothers, but I want you to listen to me, Michelle. Men and women walk different paths. Men wield swords and fight against dangerous enemies, and they do so to protect the weak, women and children. Yeah, true, a tower can't be a person, come on. I am here to protect you and your mother. Yeah, ignorant with good intentions. I'm sure he thinks he's being, just chivalrous.
Yeah.
But, you know, obviously it's still not true or okay. You're no different than her. You don't treat me any different than her. Honestly, what's gotten into you, Michelle? Why wouldn't I treat you like a daughter of the Bollinger estate? Your brother and I, we never meant to make you think. Forget it. Forget it. What? I'm sorry, I knew what I was asking was foolish. Oh. But I thought you would understand how I feel. Even just a little bit. What was I expecting him to understand? Even I didn't understand the things I felt. I wanted to know what had gotten into me far more than he did. What I had done was no better than throw a temper tantrum. Was I that desperate to become a knight? No. I had just thought that the key to the chains in my heart lay down that road. But ultimately there was nothing. Assuming Didier had agreed, and assuming I did become a knight, it wouldn't do anything for the core problem. As I dashed from my brother's room, I snuck a peek at him. His face was filled with an intense perplexity. And how could I blame him? I had tried to put a dozen different ideals onto him at once. Filled myself with the vain hope that he would somehow be able to make sense of me when I couldn't even make sense of myself. And now, bubbling with unwarranted anger at being let down, I fled to my own chambers. I can only imagine how frustrating that must have been for him. Man. It was the spring of my 14th year. Heavy clouds filled the sky, blocking out the sun and giving the impression of late evening all throughout the day. I, for one, preferred it when the sun wasn't out. Not that sunlight would kill me, but if it was bright enough, the whole world was so white I could hardly see a thing. Which meant I could only go outside on days when the weather made most everyone else gloomy. As I was meandering through the courtyard, I spotted someone I had never seen before. Oh, I can take the copium off! Yeah, she's very pretty. I like her hair a lot.
Yeah.
A warm breeze blew past, sending up a swirl of flower petals. The girl's dress hung lightly over her frame, tracing her gentle curves. Who are you? I asked bluntly, and the girl twirled around, smiling.
My apologies. You just have such a beautiful courtyard here. I let myself in for a little walk.
Long chestnut hair flowed over round, feminine shoulders. It swayed slightly in the wind. The cloud of melancholy dissipated in the light of her smile.
You must be Michelle. You're just as pretty as I heard.
And you are?
My name is Amy. It's a pleasure to finally meet you.
Finally meet me? What was she talking about? As I stood there, baffled by this strange woman, she stepped toward me, kissing me softly on the cheek.
I'm thrilled to make your acquaintance, Michelle.
Her voice was like someone pouring honey into my ear, electrifyingly sweet.
I'm George's fiancé.
And it also stuck another needle into my chest.
Reminds me of a Demon Slayer character.
Oh, does it kind of make you think of, was it Shinobu? I can kind of see that.
Is that the girl with the
She's like
roll
the...
that she keeps in her mouth?
No, like the purple butterfly girl. Have you seen her?
Oh,
Yeah.
yes, I have.
She's very pretty. Oh, I nearly dropped the Joy-Con there. Whoops.
Oh, wow.
Alright, she was a noble girl by the name of Amy Jobert. Though only 15, she was the very image of refined, polished to a shine. No one had told me my brother was to be married. It came out of nowhere, and it seemed I was the only one who didn't know. That evening, when the family gathered around the table for supper, Amy was there too, and they prepared an extravagant feast for the occasion. My father Antonin looked so proud of his 2 boys. Didier soon to receive his assignment, and George is soon to be wed, dropping the Joy-Con out of joy. The banquet proceeded smoothly. Not a doubt in the air that we were a happy family, but my mind was elsewhere. I found myself unconsciously chasing Amy with my eyes. Watching the way those slender fingers gripped her spoon, her full lips parting to allow a piece of fruit in. Her deep red tongue visible but for the briefest of moments. The way all the muscles in her face seemed to relax in bliss as the sweet juices seeped into her mouth. The way she spoke, so soft and gentle, letting each sound hang in the air just briefly before intoning the next. She was distinctly feminine, in a different way than my mother. Apparently, Amy was going to be living at the Boulanger estate for some time. Mother was pleased to have another girl around, or more specifically, she was relieved to have found someone other than my brothers for me to spend time with. I'd assumed I would hate being around another girl. Surely she wouldn't be able to play chess after all. But for some reason, I felt much less suffocated around her than my mother. One night, Amy's family and an array of nobles from both houses' social circles assembled at the estate for a party. A din the likes of which I had never heard in my life filled the great hall. Everywhere I looked there were people, people, people. Servants scrambled every which way, silverware clanged against the dishes in an almost constant hum. Voices from all directions. I felt moderately ill.
Hey D, I feel like we're critically short on waiters. This don't look good for us.
And who was it who went about inviting everyone he came across again? Who are those people?
They're artistes like me. I met them at the court. Let's see. We have some painters, composers, sculptors, troubadours, poets, writers, you name it.
None of them have any connection to the Joverts or Boulangers.
Sure they do. They're my friends. And you know, this is me and Amy's party.
You can play with your friends elsewhere. I hope you realize we have a reputation to uphold. Off in one corner, several men, presumably George's friends, gathered in a circle. They stood out from the other aristocrats, both in appearance and the air they gave off. The clothes they wore, the embroidery hidden beneath their jacket cuffs. Their manner of speech, the way they held themselves, They were, simply put, a far cry from the hard-headed Didier's ideal party guests. Yeah, he is a bit of a stiff. Georges is just trying to have a good party, you know? Even watching them from afar, it was clear my two brothers ran in very different crowds. The only reason headstrong Didier and free-spirited Georges were able to get along at all was because they were brothers. If they had been strangers, I doubt their paths would cross much, and if they did, those intersections would be quite rocky.
Hey, come here, guys!
Georges' shouting voice pulled my preoccupied mind back to the surface. He summoned his friends, then led them to where I stood.
What are you doing hiding in the corner, Michelle? I didn't even notice you! Allow me to introduce you to a few of my friends.
Oh, no, Georges put his hand on my shoulders, peeling me off the wall and standing me in front of his male friends. I hate when this happens at a party or, like, a family gathering, and your, like, relative or, you know, mom or something drags you out of, like, your nice little corner. It's like, oh, here, come introduce yourself. And I'm like, no, let me go back.
I don't know what to say. They're all gonna think I'm weird.
Yeah. I don't want to talk to people. Socialization was the last thing on my mind. I searched for Didier, hoping he would come to my rescue, but he was off trading pleasantries, facing away from me. Yeah, and then the one person who could save you isn't even paying attention.
This is my baby sister Michelle. Be nice.
Georges, I don't.
Jesus, your skin is even more pale than I imagined. It's like something out of a fairy tale. Why have you never brought her with you to the court? She'd be a sure hit. How old are you now? 12, mayhap? Now, don't treat this lady like a child. I'll have you know she's 14. All the more reason she should be out there making friends.
I don't know what the food cube rule is. What is that?
Yeah, what?
I've never heard of that. I'd love to hear about it.
Huh. The whole court would flip if they knew you had such a gorgeous sister, Georges. Don't be a brute, my man. Our little angel has to be kept inside for personal reasons. Uh-oh, sounds like I haven't been showing the lady her due respect. I've yet to even properly introduce myself. How rude indeed.
Going to a lot of parties and weddings during your childhood and asking who those people are, always being relatives and finding out they're like the co-workers of the uncle's carpenter. Oh my god, I feel that.
Who's that? A relative, surely.
Yeah.
Who's that? Also a relative. Don't know how they're related, but they must all be related.
I think my favorite was being at my sister's wedding and being like, who's that? And I think it was like my brother or my cousin or somebody being like, I don't know.
Like, they're just here. It's so true.
Uh-huh. Actually, I need to BRB real quick 1 second. Frey, do you want to go on BRB screen or do you want to talk to people?
I can talk to people.
Okay,
that's
I'll be
fine.
right back.
Alright, chat. Just you and me now. Basically, depending on how the food is formed, all food can be put into 8 categories. Salad, toast, sandwich, taco, sushi, quiche, calzone, or a cake. And that's the food cube? Tell a joke. Let's see. That's it, that's the joke. I don't got any jokes. I told this one before. What does a drummer name his daughters? And a 1, and a 2, and a 3. There's a picture? Okay, yes, drop it in Discord. I'll check it after stream. Thank you. I'm here all week. Over on my channel at twitch.tv/Freyja Rabbit. Wow. It's hilarious. Tell me I'm the greatest. I make the best jokes. Spoiler, that's not even the joke that I made up. I don't know if you ever heard of the D&D podcast called Dungeons and Daddies. They're hilarious. That's where I got the joke from. They had really loud music in a wedding once. When it's so loud you can't hear anything else. Awful. Freyja is the funniest person ever. Thank you. You played a game? Okay, what kind of game was this? Was this like a... I can't hear you, so we're gonna play charades? Oh my god, Asterix, you're my best friend! You insulted people with a smile and tried to not get found out. Oh my god, that's so clever. That's hilarious. Did anybody catch you? Oh my god. Hopefully this doesn't part the curtain too much, but when my older bun sister got married, she was marrying some bun of a different race. So of course they had all of their friends and they were very popular. My older bun sisters were twins, and when they grew up, they knew, like, they're very sociable people, so they all have a lot of friends, a lot of very rich friends. And then there's me and our family. The rest of us are not so rich. So growing up, it was like they tried to live in completely different worlds. So whenever we met my sister's husband's side of the family, it was so awkward because they were all rich and not the same race as us, so they all had different cultures and different ways of, you know, of celebrating, and it was the whole family of us just sat in the corner, like, just eating our food, just not talking to anyone because we didn't understand, like, it was just two different worlds, you know. It's always so awkward.
Hello, Freyja.
Hello,
I'm back.
welcome back.
Yes, I didn't want to interrupt you. Did you have fun chatting?
We did. I told a bad joke. Found out that Asterix is my best friend, and we found out what the food cube rule is.
Oh, I'm gonna scroll up for the food cube rule.
Yeah. Nice thing to learn about each other. It's true. It was very nice. It was very insightful. It was very cool. It was just awkward as all hell because we're all very awkward people who don't know how to talk to strangers. Especially when those strangers, you're like worried that they're judging you, you know? Oh, scary.
Oh, I like this food cube rule. That's very funny.
Right? It's kind of fun. I kind of want to try it.
God. Whenever I see, like, or hear about calzones, I'm just instantly brought back to Parks and Rec. Have you ever watched that, Freyja?
I haven't. It's on my to watch.
Oh my god, you should. I have like DVDs of every season. I think it's on Netflix now, though. I bought the DVDs when it was not on Netflix in Prismaria, but it's my favorite show, and I always think of the calzone zone, or whatever it is in that show.
The calzone zone.
Yeah.
I love that so much.
It's a very good show.
Good.
Yeah. Alright though, I'm back. We can get back into it again if you'd like.
Let's go.
Alright, let's go.
Let's go. Wait, hydrate first.
Oh, okay. Oh, yes. Okay.
Nobody redeemed it, but I'm redeeming it right now in person, in real life.
You're here in real life? What the fuck, Freyja? How'd you get into my house? My building has security. You shouldn't be able to get past them.
I'm a rabbit. I'm allowed to get away with anything.
Oh god, that's so scary. There we go. Koba's redeemed it for you. Much less scary. Oh, too thirsty. Ooh. I know that's probably for both of us, but I'm gonna use it as an excuse for another sip.
Hell yeah.
Ah. Okay. Alright, their laughs grated on my nerves. And so did the way George spoke as though I was his property. They looked like they were appraising me, which made me sick to my stomach. I'd been paying enough attention to notice the man who had asked if I was 12, and the rest of them too, examining me blah, 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 from head to toe in search of curves. I don't know why that word messed me up so bad.
It was weird to throw it into the sentence.
Yeah. I was indeed underdeveloped for 14. But what did that matter? I didn't want a body shaped like Amy's or my mother's.
Now then, milady, a proper greeting.
The man got down on one knee before me. For a split second, I didn't comprehend what he was doing.
Come on, Michelle. He's waiting.
He whispered into my ear. That was when it all came back to me. The traditional greeting performed between a man and a woman.
Ugh. Come on, Michelle, don't tell me you forgot what to do.
I knew the process. I had that knowledge. Mother had taught me the rules, shown me the procedure. I was to present my hand to the man for him to kiss. All I had to do was hold out my hand, but I was frozen. My body fought tooth and nail against the simple act. The thought of that man putting his lips on my skin sent a chill through me. Why? Why was this a traditional greeting? Why did I have to go through this?
Michelle!
But at the sound of George's frantic voice, my arm creaked up from my side. Then I remembered that despite being his friends, they were still nobility. As wanton as his social interactions may have been, he still had a reputation to maintain. And I understood that. I also understood that, as their sister, it was my responsibility not to do anything that might tarnish either of my brothers' names. Also, by tradition, the man wasn't supposed to actually kiss the woman's hand. The proper way to do it required he simply mimic the act rather than make real contact. That much I could handle. The man kneeling before me gave an uncomfortable chuckle at my reluctance, shrugged, and reverently took my hand in his. And then... he pressed his lips firmly against my skin.
No!
Yuck. There was a bravely warm sensation on the back of my hand for the briefest moment. What are you... Reflexively, I smacked the man's hand away. George's eyes went wide in horror, and the man gave another playful shrug.
I was merely offering you a greeting, milady. Or is that even a new experience for you? Your innocence is truly precious.
I was half a second away from throwing a barrage of insults, but I bit my tongue and stomped off instead. I think it does depend on, the country and the exact era, but yeah, not always supposed to actually kiss it, especially if you're not, engaged or anything.
But, Michelle! Hey, come back, Michelle!
I'd spent all that time convincing myself I couldn't humiliate my brothers, but now I wouldn't hear a word of it. I had drawn a fair bit of attention, and other people tried to stop me too, but I brushed them all off, marching my way out of the great hall. I feel so dirty. You call that a greeting? No, that was no greeting, that was... I'll be taking that, I say, practically swiping a glass of water off a passing waiter's tray. With it, I washed my hand by the window facing the courtyard. But no matter how much water I poured over it, I couldn't erase the sickening sensation of his mouth on my hand. See, and that's why you can't trust Italians.
Yeah?
No, yeah, it's an example of how, different this can be in different cultures and time periods. So I rubbed it with my sleeve until my skin was bright red. I wanted to feel something else, anything else, even pain. Think before you act, George. What were you doing inviting people like that into our home? I was angry and I had every right to be. He had not performed the proper greeting. Even in jest, he had no business actually putting his lips on my hand.
Yeah.
It was not acceptable behavior for an aristocrat. He was a guest. He should have been ashamed. Was I angry that he had been disrespectful? No, that wasn't the reason. It was, yeah, F's in the chat for Italians. Freyja, I love that you actually went and did it yourself.
Oh no, this guy
Yay,
again!
he's back again.
It wasn't very nice of you running off like that.
The sound of his voice, I couldn't turn back. I felt a sickening warmth almost directly against my back. from the Great Hall grabbed me. The man from the Great Hall grabbed me by the wrists, spun me around and pressed me against the wall.
No!
The bitter scent of wine wafted from above. What the hell are you doing? I tried a second time to get away from him, and that was when reality sunk in. I couldn't do it. All the strength I could muster was enough to make the man's hand bulge. My arms were locked in place. God, just the difference between chat and the story right now. Yeah, I think Sonic would let Mario kiss his cheek.
Yeah.
Not all men, but definitely this fucking guy.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think he was especially strong either. He was hardly built like Didier. And still I couldn't move an inch.
You got a tongue like a boy, milady. But I know some people are fond of these days. Can't say mine myself.
Let go! Had I always been this feeble? Were my arms truly so worthless I couldn't even escape this brute's grip?
Kill him. Punch him out, Michelle.
Stab him.
Stab him.
Why did I have to get stuck with this body?
Now, just so we're clear, I'm not going to hurt you. I'm no monster. I promise you that.
Then why are you holding me against the wall?
Because I want a chance to try and woo you. I apologize if I made you uncomfortable back there, but the second I laid my eyes on you, I knew you were a keeper.
Then let go of me!
But if I do that, you'll run away. And it's my personal rule to never let go of anything I like. Your brother says you can't go outside, so if I set you loose now, I might never get a chance to catch you again.
I wanted to vomit. Apparently taking my silence for approval, the man perked up and kept going.
If you're not accustomed to being around men, then why not use this as an opportunity to get familiar? Not a half bad idea if I do say so myself. And I think we get along quite well. Besides, I'm a minstrel. Spend some time with me and I'll write you all the songs you could possibly want.
Get away from me!
You really do have the most striking eyes.
Yeah, putting this guy in the jaguar pit would be great.
Yeah.
I'd love
Yeah.
that.
Makes me want to keep them all for myself. With a muse like that, I could write the most incredible songs you've ever heard.
I said, get back, you creep!
Oh, that's odd.
The katsu thing.
Katsudon.
That's a
Katsudon.
katsudon. I like the idea of katsudon. I'd like that a lot better. The guy like pushed you against the wall and gave you some katsu. Yo,
Right?
I'd fall for that.
Yeah.
That would get me.
That's odd. That one's never failed me.
The man brought his face in just inches from mine and peered into my eyes. I could feel his hot, wine-stench breath against my cheeks. It gave me the chills. I couldn't understand why this was happening to me. Panic and confusion had my heart racing. Go try your luck with someone else. I'm not interested.
You will be soon enough, darling. You simply never known a man's touch.
Yuck. Ew. Gross.
He drew closer. He was already practically on top of me, but still he closed in. Closer and closer. The world faded out. I couldn't see anything. I could feel his rising body heat so near it made me nauseous. My eyes flung open, but there was nothing there. I only felt. I could only feel. I couldn't move. My body wouldn't budge. In my mind, I kicked the man away, pulled my fist back and slammed it into his jaw.
Get away from me!
Oh my god!
Get away from me!
Yeah, just like that, just like that.
Yeah.
Again and again and again until his face was unrecognizable. Again and again and again and again I beat him. But reality would have none of that.
Michelle! Hey, what do you think you're doing?
3 seconds, 10 seconds longer? I had no idea how much time I had lost. But the next thing I knew, George had the man by the collar. I fell back against the wall, staring absent-mindedly as the two struggled. They traded blows and they traded insults. Before long, they had drawn a crowd. While they went at it, I distractedly drifted away, and I only had one place to go. I didn't even bother to light a candle. I just stared into the darkness. My heartbeat was maddeningly loud in my otherwise silent chambers. What had happened? What had he done to me? Why couldn't I do anything? The last thing I wanted to do was cry. Tears would only serve to worsen my humiliation. Only magnify how wretched I was. Only make me more effete. I bit down on my lip hard. I had no need for that trash on my body. I dug my nails into my arms. I had no need for that trash on my body. All of this, every last bit of it, that was why I was the way I was. I didn't know how to put it into words. I didn't know how to express this boundless frustration within me. But after enough wordless groaning, a single word slipped from my lips, and it felt incredibly right. God damn it! I knew good and well a girl should not be using such words. Even Didier and George would have gotten an earful from mother or father if they were caught saying that. Regardless, God damn it!
Yeah, Michelle, you go, girl.
Yeah.
You go, boy. Let's go.
I like how you corrected to you go, boy. God, it was the most fitting word I could come up with to represent even the smallest bit of my anger and loathing. I knew all I was doing was shifting the blame. That all it would accomplish was making me look pitiful. But I would take that over crying like a girl any day. I let loose a sigh that was halfway to being a scream, then started clawing wildly at my hair. I wanted to yank out every last damn strand of it. I didn't want it. I didn't want any of it. Any of this body. But in that case, what did I want from my body?
Michelle? May I come in, Michelle?
It was George's voice, slightly muffled through the door. The man who had invited those people into this house. I'd be lying if I said I didn't hold that against him.
Michelle?
But at the same time, he had also come to my rescue. Besides, I hated myself the most. I despised myself for being so helpless.
I'm sorry, Michelle. I didn't mean to hurt you.
It's not locked. After a few moments of silence, George stepped into my room.
Your hair's a mess, Michelle. Oh my god, you're bleeding.
That was when I first noticed the stinging sensation in my lower lip. A metallic taste spread through my mouth. I'd been biting it much harder than I realized, and there was a lot more blood than I expected. A trail of it was running down my chin, seconds from spilling onto my clothes when George wiped it away.
I'm really sorry, Michelle. He can be a real ass when he drinks. He's a bit of a womanizer at that. I never expected he tried to go after you, though. I'm really sorry, I didn't mean for this to happen. But, you know, there's a chance he may have, genuinely taken a liking to you.
That just makes it worse.
Sorry. You're right. You want to be with a man you like, I understand.
Yeah, Asterix is right. If he's an ass when he drinks, he's just an ass.
It's true, it's true.
Mm-hmm. He ran his hands through my hair, as if trying to calm me down, at the same time cleaning up the mess I had made of it. It made me feel like I was some kind of plaything. A joke of a doll. I don't want to be with anyone. I would never, ever be comfortable with a man putting his hands on me like that. However,
I'm sure you'll find someone eventually, Michelle. Someone that feels right for you. I feel kind of awful for introducing you to him, but there are plenty of men in the world. You might not be interested now, but that'll change soon. It's part of growing up. And you'd be best off forgetting today ever happened.
I was dead certain, but apparently that wasn't enough to convince him. The very idea that I might one day meet a man who I wanted to touch me made my skin crawl. Why? Why did I feel like this? Was I just not interested in men? No, if that were the case, I wouldn't admire my brother's bodies. I didn't have an aversion to men. In fact, I enjoyed spending time with my brothers far more than indulging my mother in her woman's world. What I couldn't stand was the particular look men would sometimes give me. But why? Why did I not like that? I had no answer. My thoughts were only going in circles.
Are you okay, Michelle?
He peered down at me, his face twisted in concern, but I couldn't answer him. How was I supposed to articulate this? My anger, my frustration, my irritation, my fear. I had no confidence he would understand.
George, how's Michelle?
Amy's voice came from the doorway. Inexplicably, I felt like someone had stuck their hand in my chest and was now squeezing my heart. Like I had just been caught in a compromising situation by the last person I wanted to see me.
Yeah, she's doing good. Aren't you?
Yes, I'm fine.
Glad to hear it.
I was clearly lying, not even looking him in the eyes when I'd said that, but that seemed to have gone over George's head. Amy, on the other hand.
You don't look fine at all,
she said, a hint of pain in her voice, and then entered the room.
George, Father was asking for you. He says it's time to bring the gathering to a close. You should get going. I'll stay here with her. Oh, is he? Well, alright then. That sounds good.
Once the sound of George's footsteps had faded into nothing, Amy took a seat beside me and, without warning, wrapped her arms around my shoulders. I feel that, Axel.
Yeah. It's much better to talk to another girl at times like this.
My heart leapt into my throat. But beyond the shock, I also found myself welcoming the warmth. It was pleasant, unlike the man's.
That must have been terrifying. But don't worry, you're safe now.
It wasn't really, no.
No need to pretend, sweetie. If a man had pinned me against a wall, I'd be scared too.
I mean it. I wasn't scared. I'm just disappointed in myself.
Alright, I believe you. You're a strong girl, Michelle. There aren't many who wouldn't have been scared. I'll be sure to give George a stern talking to about his choice of friends. Something I learned today is that he's somewhat of a pushover.
You're a lot more tenacious than I thought.
As a woman in this world, you have to be. And if you're not, well, you'll figure it out soon enough, Michelle. Of course, even as strong as you are, I'm sure it'll still be difficult to forget what happened to you today.
George had told me to forget it as soon as possible, and Amy that I wouldn't be able to. Was it the difference in their individual perspectives, or was it the difference between the way men and women thought? I wasn't sure. As my head rested against her breast, a bit of my frustration slipped out. I couldn't move my arms at all. He didn't even seem all that strong. I couldn't believe that I was really so weak.
That's just the way of the world, Michelle. Men are physically stronger than women, so you'll almost never overpower one. You're not any weaker than a normal girl. Don't blame yourself.
Though it wasn't the consolation I had hoped for, her words still filled me with warmth. I'd exploited my own weakness to hear more of that soothing voice. and I alone knew how foolish I was in doing so. Oh, Michelle.
Oh, Michelle.
Amy frequently visited my chambers. I didn't know if it was at Mother's request or of her own volition, but I prayed it was the latter. She was a very touchy-feely person, and she seemed to have a particular fondness for playing with my hair. Whenever her voice danced its way into my ears, it would wreak havoc inside me. Being enveloped in her scent day after day stoked the fire growing within me. I did my best to remain as straight-faced as possible, because the last thing I wanted was her catching on. I understood that the things I was feeling were untoward, to say the least.
Your hair is so utterly enchanting. I've never seen hair so white before.
I think having color is much prettier.
Oh, well, George says white is the most difficult color to make with paint. There's no greater challenge than capturing the beauty of true white. Living with such a splendid example of the color must have given him a very high standard of quality. Say, Michelle, could you tell me, or maybe you could tell me more about yourself today? I would love to get you to know you better.
Tell you about myself?
Yeah, we could become even better friends if we found some mutual interests.
I enjoy playing chess, and I consider myself quite good.
Oh my, chess? I've never played. You're such a bright girl, Michelle.
Would you like to try? I could teach you.
I appreciate the offer, but I think I'll pass. I doubt I would be any good.
Oh, okay.
What else?
I see.
Scared me.
Say, your favorite kind of flower, fragrance, color of gemstone. Is there any embroidery patterns you're particularly skilled at?
I don't have any favorites, no. I'm not especially good with a needle either.
No? Do you have shaky hands then?
I wouldn't say that, no. I'm, fairly good with a knife, I think.
That's so terrifying. Don't give Michelle a knife.
A knife? Oh, like a kitchen knife?
I think we should give Michelle all the knives he wants.
You know what? You're right. You're right. He deserves them.
You used to think Freyja was the most gremlin at all, but you think Essie is taking that crown after the last few days?
Sloppy.
Oh, the timing on that!
Sloppy.
Sloppy!
Sloppy.
Sloppy! No,
It's true. Essie's quite the gremlin here.
Essie really likes being a gremlin. We love her for it.
We do.
No, a sculpting knife.
Sculpting?
Is that really so strange?
It is a bit unusual, I'd say.
But George does it all the time. His room is practically made of wood chips and charcoal and paint.
George is an artist and a man. There's nothing unusual about him doing some sculpting.
Why is it okay for him, but not me? Does being a girl really make that much of a difference?
Thanks for the sip.
You're welcome. I felt like the water was kind of covering you a bit there, and I was like, oh, I should do that for her. I should make it more her size.
Oh, thank you.
Well, why don't we practice embroidery together, Michelle? I get the feeling you spent too much time with your brothers.
What the fox is up?
What the fox is up?
I like that one.
But now you have me. I'm sure it won't be long before you appreciate how much fun cooking and needlework can be.
She sounds just like Mother. She gives the same reason, too. Because I'm a girl. But that's not an explanation. It's a vague generalization. That said, if I agree, I can spend more time with her. Okay.
Wonderful. We'll come up with beautiful designs together. And when you've made something you're proud of, you can give it to a boy who catches your eye. Or if you'd prefer, you could give it to your father or brother. I would like George to have what I made them.
Oh, I've been wondering, did you and George meet at the royal court?
Oh, heavens no. I've never been to the court. One day my father told me I was getting married. And the next day is when we first met.
It happened that quickly? Oh man, there's Final 14 maintenance tonight. No!
No!
Alright, I guess I'm not doing that after stream.
Oh, darn.
Well, that's how it be some nights.
It's true.
Yeah, can do something else.
And what? Are you worried about me, Michelle? Don't worry, I'm not displeased with the arrangement.
Oh yeah, hotfixes, that's not super surprising since a patch just came out. Always little fixes to be done.
In fact, I'm quite happy with it. Aristocratic marriages are almost always sudden. And as a woman, you get used to being a piece in their hands. But George, he's different. He's a gentleman.
A gentleman? Him?
You sound surprised.
I believe hideous suits him better.
Oh, I quite disagree. I have complete faith he'll do good by me.
Oh, glasses toggle. Let's see. That's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. That's the wrong
Are you
one.
sure you don't want to bring that one back? I don't know.
I'm good. There we go. No more glasses. Glasses off.
Glasses are off.
I couldn't fathom where she found such confidence in him. Especially a man she had only just met. How could she trust him at all? She was nothing but a pawn and she knew it. The fisheye toggle's really funny. So maybe she was simply putting on an act. I had trouble believing her smile was anything but genuine, though.
One thing I'll make the right man for you, Michelle. And he won't be a drunk like the guy from earlier. He'll be a kind, hardworking, respectable man.
I would rather not find anyone.
I suppose this is all still too soon for you, huh? Say, how old are you, Michelle?
14.
Oh, wow, I assumed you were younger.
Do I really look that young?
No hard feelings. You're just like a tiny little doll, so small and slender. And look, not one bit of meat up here at all.
Hey! She playfully grabbed me from behind and started prodding at my chest. As her delicate fingers slid across my skin, I found myself gripped by very indecent urges. Every heavy thump of my heart felt sinful. She couldn't know, I couldn't let her. Everything I had been fighting to keep down came hurtling to the surface.
You're so cold, you know that?
She was touching me like it was nothing, caressing my hair. Was she this intimate with George? Or was it because I was a young girl that she was so keen on putting her hands all over me? I guess so.
Yeah. I think, like, at this point, for being 14, I think everybody expects Michelle to be more, like...
Gone through more puberty, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, hey, Copium Nero's here!
Oh, hey!
Oh, hey, what's up, Copium Nero? Before I understood what I was feeling, my body acted. It was pure, unfiltered impulse. In my attempt to escape from her grip, I twisted around, only to find my face inches from Amy's. Slowly gravitating closer, I pressed my lips against the corner of her mouth. Whoa.
Oh no.
Amy sat there, flabbergasted. I was equally aghast. I'm sorry. As I frankly put some distance between us, I'm sure my face was red as an apple, though I didn't know it at the time.
Well, that was certainly unexpected. I'm sorry. Did I make you uncomfortable touching you so much?
Yeah, flabbergasted's a very fun word. Amy was smiling, though it looked forced. No, not at all.
Then I must have startled you. I'm sorry. If I let you go sooner, we could have avoided this accident.
What do you mean, accident?
A kiss on the lips is...
It wasn't an accident. It wasn't, Amy. I
seem to have confused you somewhat, Michelle.
Oh, Dane Asterix is doing his own Ace Attorney objection on helping Nero. Oh, Dane. What?
I know I can be very touchy-feely with you. And you took that to mean you should do the same.
No.
You can't do that again, alright? If you want to kiss your friends, you do it on the cheek. Save the lips for the man you love. I should get going then. George starts getting cranky if I don't give him enough attention.
Hold on, Amy.
So long, Michelle.
Oh, that's so kind of you, Kobez. She wouldn't hear me out. Once Amy had fled my chambers, that was when I finally comprehended my own emotions. That she had stolen my heart. But Amy was George's fiancée. No, that wasn't the problem. Told him to get over here to give Streamer the view she deserves. That's so kind of you, Kobez. Thank you so much.
Keep your secrets.
Thanks for the biddies, Asterix. No, that wasn't the problem. My body was not meant for her love. I awoke in the middle of the night to pain in my joints. Not enough exercise, I guess. I tried bending and stretching my arms and legs, but it did nothing. So after pondering on it for a bit, I decided to go for a late-night walk to distract myself. Yeah, me too, Michelle. Me too. As I approached the corridor adjacent to the courtyard, I heard a woman's voice.
I'm still concerned about staying here.
Amy's voice. Doing my best to remain perfectly quiet, I pressed myself up against the wall by the window and listened in on their conversation. Essie, what the fuck? Essie's just looking all over Blurp for the weirdest sounds she can find, huh?
Of course.
I knew it was improper to eavesdrop, but the sound of her voice had me frozen in place.
It's Michelle. I'm afraid I've confused her.
A tiny jolt ran down my spine, my muscles all tensing up at once. The sound of my name rising to her lips, but not in the way I would have liked.
She kissed me. Well, almost, but how could I have guessed she thought of me that way? Mother told me she didn't have any female friends, and asked me to be one for her, which is why...
So she had only been coming to see me because Mother had asked her to. I had been afraid of that. Afraid that she wasn't there to be with me. That she had no fondness for me. That my yearning for her was one-sided.
She kind of scares me, the way she looks at me. Always watching every little move I make. I'm sensitive to that sort of thing. I can tell what's going through Michelle's mind. I managed to deflect it this time, but I should have never gotten friendly with her.
She had seen through me from day one. understood what I was feeling before even I had.
It's disgusting. Homosexuality.
Alright, clip that, guys. Clip Freyja saying that. Call her out. Get her ass. Homosexuality? Did I hear her right? Something inside me crumbled, types frantically. And with it came an intense sense of wrongness. There it was again, that overpowering discomfort. Cancel Freyja Rapid 2022! That fear coursing through my veins, that repulsion. Essie, is that what you do to a Stinian?
Yeah. She told me earlier today.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Me, a lesbian, saying it's disgusting homosexuality.
The homophobic.
Your internalized homophobia.
Oh no! Don't clip it! I'm over.
Thank you, Gomez. Both of you guys are. I'm winning.
You're winning for now.
Yeah. That repulsion, that irritation, that apprehension. What on earth was I? Did I view Amy as a member of the same sex? Were the things I felt homosexual? I heard Amy sigh from beyond the window. Then the man beside her, who she was confining all this in, replied, "Nice try, bitch." She's still just a child. That voice, and one with underdeveloped social skills besides. Understand that she's going to do and say some inappropriate things. It's not uncommon for a child to mistake admiration for love. I didn't know this until recently, but when she gets something into her head, she has a tendency to run with it without thinking. It was not the man's I had assumed it was. The other day she asked me to let her be a knight. I can't imagine how she thought that would end any other way. Why? It's not very often there are women other than mother at the estate. I imagine she simply got nervous being around you, and something got mixed up in her head. Why was Didier out there with her?
I hope that's all it was.
Amy, hadn't you told me you thought George was a gentleman? So what were you doing? Getting so friendly with Didier? And Didier, weren't you my ally? Or was that all an act like her? You were going to be a knight. So why were you out here with your brother's fiancé?
Oh, sheesh.
Oh, sheesh! Oh, God. I'm glad to have you here, so I hope you can figure something out to make it work.
I'll do what I can, but
Yeah, fuck all these people.
Right?
This valley sucks.
I'm kind of reluctant to say this to you. But something has to change. As it is, she kind of grosses me out.
Fuck you.
Fuck you.
She grosses me out. So what, I was some kind of sick, disgusting creature? All I'd done was show feelings for her. I couldn't be Georges or Didier. Needles piercingly expanded, both in size and number. Soon I was being skewered by a dozen of them, and the heated sighs rising from the courtyard only served to make the pain worse. All I could do was cover my ears and run.
Oh, no, baby.
Poor Michelle. Why? What were you doing out there, Didier? How am I gross, Amy? It's not real. It's all a bunch of lies. This entire house is nothing but a fraud. None of it was ever real. The family gatherings, Amy's smiles, Didier's kindness. George, what about George? Did he agree to the marriage knowing about them? What the hell are they thinking? Want to know who's really disgusting? God damn it! I will not cry. I will not cry. I can't let myself. Girls cry. Tears are for girls, not for me. I bit down hard on my lip, wrapped myself in my sheets, and pressed my hands hard over my ears. Squeezed my eyes shut as tight as I could manage, tried to get away from the things I had seen. Images of them embracing in the night, threatened to float back to the surface, but I took my head, casting them off. Praying I wouldn't have any nightmares, I drifted off to sleep. Yeah.
I know.
Oh, Yasumi-nasai.
Good night.
Good night. The next day I awoke with a terrible fever. I hovered in a sweltering wave of heat, unable to tell dream and reality apart, listening to a seemingly endless stream of cracking noises. The sounds were coming from inside my body. I thought I was falling apart. Mother was horribly worried. I had never been the most healthy child, but I'd never fallen this ill either. I couldn't get out of bed. My voice was raspy, like an old woman's. I was genuinely afraid I would wither away and die. Mother called in doctor after doctor to see me, but they all said it was the flu. That bodily pain was common with a fever. While there was a doctor in the house, Mother was able to remain relatively calm. But once they were gone, the anxiety came back. She stayed with me day and night, even foregoing sleep. Her hands gripped mine. They held me fast. Oh God, it's the con flu.
Oh no, not the con.
Oh God. She had her head bowed as if in prayer.
Don't worry. I'll be alright, Michelle. God is watching over you. He will protect you. You are his child. You are his angel sent to earth. He will not forsake you. The doctors say it's just the flare.
Flu. Fleur.
The flare. Though her voice seemed to be directed at me, there was a vacantness in her voice, as if they were really for herself. For so long she had wanted a daughter. I couldn't understand her fixation, but seeing her there through my cloudy eyes, I wanted to apologize for everything, and spending time with her was agonizing.
How are you feeling? Your mother's here for you. Don't worry.
But the only sound that came from my mouth was a faint gasp. The dreaded French flu, the fleur. So true. I drifted in and out of sleep, Mother's hand wrapped around my own. And I had numerous dreams. In my dreams, I was a man. In my dreams, I was Didier and I was George. In my dreams, I fell in love with Amy. And in my dreams, I loved her.
You're disgusting.
But with one word, the dreams twisted into nightmares. My body was torn into fleshy chunks, and I sunk into the darkness.
Get her out of here. I agree.
Yeah, fuck Amy. We hate her.
Fuck. We hate her. In this house,
We hate her. It's true. This is an anti-Amy house. Several days later, my fever was gone, like it had never been there. However... What the... My voice did not recover.
Try being my size, Amy.
Yeah, Amy. Try
Yeah,
being my
Amy.
size.
Fuck you, Amy. And when I attempted to climb from my bed, the murderous pain in my joints came rushing back. Instead of my feet, I landed on my face. My voice was unbelievably deep. And the pain only got worse. Every time I took a breath, it felt like someone hammering a spike into the back of my neck. It felt like my body was falling apart, like my dreams were becoming a reality.
Michelle! Michelle!
When Mother scrambled into my chambers, I remembered the time she had spent at my bedside, and a wave of relief came over me. I reached my hand out in a show of vulnerability, but she didn't take it. She couldn't take it. Mother.
What's wrong with your voice, Michelle? I see. You're still not feeling well, are you, Michelle?
A look of restrained fear on her face, Mother stepped toward me, placing her hand on my forehead. Her palm felt hot against my skin.
You don't have a fever.
But I hurt all over. My joints.
You're still sick, Michelle. But don't worry, I'll be fine in no time. And now back to bed with you. You're a girl. You're a girl, so you shouldn't be sitting on the floor. It's bad for your back.
As Mother repeated the phrase, "You're a girl," again and again, that nagging sense that something wasn't quite right grew more distinct. Was I really sick? Was this actually my voice now? And if it was, what was I turning into? My voice was certainly not a girl's voice. My voice never went back to normal, though, so Mother ordered me to remain in my room. I hadn't recovered yet, and so long as I was sick, I couldn't be let out. Again, something felt wrong about her calling it a sickness, but I had no evidence to the contrary. I had no way to know I wouldn't get others sick if I exposed them, as she claimed, so I had no choice but to do as she said. In time, Mother too stopped visiting, and the only people I saw were servants. They did their jobs, but refused to look me in the eye. No one else came to see me, though. Not Amy or Didier or Georges. 1 month passed, then 2, then 3. Occasionally, the pain in my joints would withdraw. At other times, it would worsen. Whenever I would drift off to sleep, I would hear the sound of my own joints creaking. I would dream of a woman standing in the courtyard, her soft chestnut hair fluttering in the wind as she twirled to face me, a smile on her face and her breasts exposed. One day, after around 6 months of servants refusing to make eye contact, I stopped one and made a request. To have a mirror brought to my room. While he didn't acknowledge me, the next day I had my mirror. By that point, I was fairly certain I knew what was happening to my body. I had no clothes to wear, because none of the multicolored dresses hanging in my wardrobe fit me anymore. Pulling the heavy red cloth covering the mirror aside, my completely naked body came into view. Something resembling a mix of a chuckle and a sigh of pity spilled from my lips. This is me. 6 months. After only 6 months' time, I could hardly recognize myself. Extending my hand for the mirror, I traced the outline of my bony reflection. My shoulders lacked Mother's curves, and my skin Amy's sheen. I was pale and haggard, but structurally, I looked like my brothers. Obviously, being younger than them and not as active, my muscles lacked any kind of strength, but I wouldn't have batted an eye if I saw myself holding a sword. I was a full head taller than I had been 6 months earlier, and I felt an odd certainty that I wasn't done growing either. Staring at myself in the mirror, I traced my name across the surface. Michelle. Don't need the last two. Michelle.
There he is!
Yeah! I don't know, should we stop and kind of explain this since it isn't, like, explicitly explained within the story?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Basically what's going on here is Michelle is intersex. If you don't know what that means, it's essentially when a baby is born with, like, kind of mixed chromosomes and unclear genitals. So what often happens is, like, you know, even if a baby is, like, genetically male, they might be born, you know, with either a micropenis or none at all, like in Michelle's case, which, in this case, like, so yeah, he would have been born without one, and so he was basically mistakenly assigned a girl at birth, even though the rest of his body is actually male. And so, you know, he's finally gone through puberty at this point, and the rest of his body is developed into a male one.
So once his mom heard him speak, she was like, "Oh my God, your voice is so deep. You could have a man's voice."
And then so she would have seen as his body, like, was changing into a much more obviously masculine one, and, you know, that's why she suddenly grew distant. Because especially back then, like, they didn't understand what this was, you know? Like, even nowadays it's not known about, like, super well, and we know way more about it now than we did back then. So, yeah, this is quite the situation. Yeah, it's very, like, surprising and confusing. And again, it's not explained fully within the game because the characters themselves do not know what's actually happened.
Yeah, so they're kind of trying to make you discover it along with them.
Mm-hmm.
But if you lose track along the way, it's like,
Yeah.
That's not a great thing.
Yeah, even the first time I was like, wait, what happened? I was like, why? But, yeah. Alright then, so for the first time in my life, I liked my name. I still didn't think an angel's name suited me one bit, but it was staggering how different it felt now, even if it sounded exactly the same. Those last two letters changed the meaning entirely, turning it from a girl's name to a boy's name. Now this makes sense. Everything was falling into place. My admiration for Didier, the envy I had for my brother's bodies, the feelings I had for Amy, the indecent dreams I'd been having. Oh yeah, it does kind of make you think of Alucard from Castlevania. I can see that for sure. I was always male. I cackled like a fool for the first time in my life. I laughed so hard at the sight of myself my stomach hurt. It was the first glimmer of light I had seen in this locked room for far too long. This was what I was supposed to look like. My life up until 6 months ago, constricted and uncomfortable. My life as a girl was all a lie. Oh, I can tell you the life of long hair is a lot of brushing it.
But it's very nice. You should try it out, Astrid.
Yeah, it does feel nice. I like having long hair.
Me too.
No one could possibly look at me and call me an angel. Why do I always get the characters that laugh a lot? Like this.
I know.
I had always been a boy, but I had been told I was a girl, forced to act like one. Of course that wouldn't feel right. They needed to know. I couldn't be the only one who understood. Everyone in this house needed to. Fueled by this one desire, I wrapped a sheet over my shoulders and threw open my door. It seemed ridiculous how long I had followed Mother's instructions and remained cooped up in my room. Oh, you had shoulder-length hair during your edgy emo years? Oh, I remember that, like, that age and that phase. That's very fun. Right, and now I felt fantastic. If there was truly a God in heaven, then this change within me was his answer to my prayers. manservant carrying a tray of food did a double take as I passed him. The farther I proceeded through the corridors, the more eyes I felt on me. The midday sun shone obnoxiously bright through the windows, but now, with its piercing radiation illuminating my proper self, I felt an odd affection for the light. I could hear the family gathered in the great hall, everyone but me. Didier's voice complained about the simple meals the church provided, but his pride came through in the laughter. Yeah, this music is so intense and so good. George's voice playfully bragged about life at the royal court. Father's voice informed everyone his investments had borne fruit, and with the money he had purchased several new estates. Mother's voice was distinctly less bright than the rest of the family's. She gave vague, empty indications she was listening, though mostly stayed out of the conversation. Amy's voice sang her praises for George, her beloved husband. Never mind the fact she was sleeping with Didier. It was all a facade. A mere shadow of a family.
It's a shame Michelle couldn't be here. Then we would have everyone.
I was there. I was right there. I hadn't gone anywhere. You had just locked me in my room.
I hope she recovers soon.
I was never sick at all. The child you called Michelle was actually your son. That was all there was to it.
What?
Everyone's gazes concentrated on me. I gave them all a quick glance, and then with my deepened voice, I said, I'm cured. I was cured 6 months ago. Who are you? Surely you haven't forgotten my face, have you? Father?
Michelle?
Michelle? This boy is Michelle? A wave of chatter spread through the hall. Mother went pale. Father objected. Didier stared. Georges gaped. Amy watched cautiously, fear in her eyes. What a farce. They were the ones who had wrongly decided I was a girl.
What's going on? Someone tell me, what is the meaning of this? You were dressing your son up like a girl, Mother? I assumed he was a girl. Otherwise I wouldn't have put my hands on him like that. You lied to me! I would have never agreed to it had I known. No, you're wrong. Michelle is my daughter. You call that a girl? All these months I was worried because you said he was sick. But that was all a lie. You couldn't pass him off as a girl anymore, so you locked him up in his room. Is that what this is? And you could have just stayed there. What possessed you to show yourself now?
Bruh.
Bruh. God, I feel that. I think that's what the whole family's feeling right now. They're like, bruh.
Stop that, don't look at me. Don't give me that look.
You said you can tell what's going through my mind, didn't you?
What?
Then you should know exactly how I feel about you right now. Don't be so damned full of yourself. I have no interest in a whore like you.
Oh my God!
Whoa! Sheesh! Sheesh! So why don't you go cry into Didier's arms?
Such devastation. This was not my intention.
The way he's smiling, he knows he's laying the sickest burn.
Yes!
He walked in, he was like, I'm gonna ruin this whole family. You!
What? Huh? What are you talking about? Why did Why not me? What? Hey, anyone want to explain that for me?
Sorry, George. Oh, the drama!
God.
What had once been a nice family meal was now utter chaos. For the briefest moment I felt sorry for George, but that whispered away almost immediately. There was a crash from the table, and dishes fell, shattering against the floor. A chilling darkness oozed from her voice.
She's cursed. She was my daughter. I saw her with my own eyes. I gave birth to her. She was a girl. Michelle was a girl. A malevolent curse had been placed on her.
My mother lifted her head. I had difficulty believing that was the same woman who had sat by my bedside as I lay sick, sacrificing sleep to care for me. Yeah, this would be a great reality show. I'd eat it up. Her hair was a frazzled mess, and deep creases covered her face.
Restrain her! Throw her into her room and lock the door! She's a girl! A girl! She was a girl, I swear it!
Open your eyes! Do I sound like a girl? Do I look anything like a girl? Mother's cries sent me into a frenzy. I ripped the sheet off my shoulders, throwing it to the floor. I am not a girl! And shouted.
Restrain her! Someone, please restrain her!
Fear reigned in the great hall. But then, several moments of icy silence were broken by a muttering that shocked me as much as anyone else.
You're not a boy or a girl. What on earth are you? You're an abomination!
You're not a boy. You're an abomination. I'm... what? I had seen myself in the mirror. I was undoubtedly male. Lacking in strength though they may have been, I had visible muscles. My chest was flat and I was taller than a girl should be. My voice was deep and I had an obvious lump in the middle of my throat. I was male. I had to be male. What else could I be? So why was Amy looking at me like some kind of strange creature? A chill ran down my spine, and I suddenly found myself deeply uncomfortable being so exposed.
There's You've got nothing there!
Nothing there? I didn't understand what she was talking about. Unable to press further, I fell silent, at which point several servants burst into the great hall and restrained me.
She's a girl. She's my daughter.
Mother, seemingly in a mad daze, just repeated the same thing over and over.
She was a girl!
As Mother wailed, she wandered off somewhere. Father stood there in silence. Amy stared at me with disgust in her eyes. George was still in a panic, and Didier clenched his fists. Eventually, I started regaining my composure, which is when I realized I had made a mistake. My sickness had been made into a curse. Ooh, you're right, Asterix. Ooh! Fuck her.
Oh, wait!
Ugh. I was once more caged up in my room. In addition to the door being locked from the outside, the windows were boarded over so no one could see in, leaving me in perpetual darkness.
What the hell?
What the fuck? I received no visitors except the servants, and again, none of them would look me in the eyes. Every day was the same, day in and day out, day in and day out. The only time the routine changed was when, on occasion, a servant would arrive bearing a letter. It was my mother's handwriting on the parchment. We lived in the same house, yet she refused to show herself before me. I had no choice but to respond to her letters. She demanded I speak like a girl, and I didn't have the strength to defy her. There's a constant sense of urgency to her letters, like she might fall apart completely at any second. And so I did as she said. I signed each letter Michelle, the female name she bestowed upon me at birth, which I so despised. Do you want to build a snowman? Every time I used that name, I felt like I was denying my own identity. On paper, she expressed her concern for me, but that concern only served to cause me more pain. So every time I took up my quill, my hands trembled. Mother prayed daily that my curse might one day be broken. Am I cursed? Is that why my body changed? Was it not because I was male? There's nothing there. What did she mean by that? Why did she look at me the way she did? How am I an abomination? Oh! That scared me! Hello? Hello?
Hey, it's me, your sister. Do you want to build a snowman?
Get the fuck out of here.
Okay.
Why? I don't understand. Someone, anyone. No Thancred this time. Oh wow. Please tell me. Someone, please.
I am not your supper. I will be back shortly to retrieve your dishes. I'll be going then.
Wait.
What?
Wait a minute.
Yes? What do you need, Michelle?
Are you a man or a woman?
Pardon?
Which are you?
I am exactly what I appear to be.
Which are you?
I am a man. If that is all, I will be going now.
Clothes off.
What?
Take your clothes off right now. Everything, even your underclothes.
What? Surely you jest, Michelle.
I am very serious.
I could not possibly...
Why not?
I could not expose myself.
I ordered you to take off your clothes.
You mean to humiliate me? I beg you, please reconsider.
What are you? You're a servant of the Bolger estate. And what am I? I am a child of the Bolger family. I may be locked up, imprisoned in this room, but that doesn't make you any less my servant. My Ron? Clothes off.
Michelle!
I ordered you to take your clothes off. Not even the tiniest sliver of guilt arose in my conscience. I felt no shame in what I was doing. All that mattered to me was figuring out what Amy had meant. I wanted to find the truth, not knowing I would have been better off in the dark. His face twisted in humiliation, the servant undressed before me. In the dim candlelight, the man's body was shaped almost like a rectangle, and at a glance he didn't appear much different than me. A second later, though, I found my answer. I found the one crucial thing he had that I didn't. Why? My lower body lacked the part that made a man a man.
Are you satisfied, Michelle?
It was then that I finally learned what a man's body was supposed to look like.
I'm begging you, please allow me to dress. It would be an unbearable shame to remain unclothed any longer. Before the young villager daughter.
Daughter? You still insist on calling me a damned girl? Look at these shoulders, my chest, listen to my voice. How can you possibly think any of that belongs to a girl?
But how you appear does not...
There was a distinct look of fear in the manservant's eyes. Not out of respect for our difference in rank, but out of disgust with this incomprehensible thing standing there before him. Those trembling eyes, and the reality dangling there before me, blew the lid once more off everything I had been holding back. Without that, you would be no different than me.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Snip, snip. What? Sorry. What?
Everything else is all the same. So why does it make such a difference? That you have one and I don't.
Michelle?
I am a man. I'm a man just like you. I am no one's daughter. And if you still insist we're not the same, then I'll make you like me.
Oh no!
Neuter him live on stream. Without that, you're no different than me. It was a mix of dread and panic that pushed me over the edge. And so, in order to keep myself afloat, I decided to bring another pain.
No!
Please don't do this, Michelle!
In a blind frenzy, hardly even aware of what I was doing, just riding the current of my erupting emotions, I swiped a knife off the tray the man had brought, knocked him down, and climbed onto him. I'll get rid of it, I'll make you the same. Without it, you'll be just like me.
Get off me, please! Someone help!
I'll make you just like me.
Get in here, someone, anyone! Michelle! She's delirious!
Through the fog of hysteria, I suddenly realized I was surrounded by several servants, and the next thing I knew, I was on the floor beneath them. Okay, chill, Michelle. Sheesh. There were as many, if not more, of them than when I had made the scene in the Great Hall. A dozen manservants stared down at me, their eyes filled with fear and revulsion. And in the shadows beyond the crowd, I saw Mother looking in on me with vacant eyes. Mother, why? Why will you only speak to me through letters? Why do you say I'm cursed? Mother, I'm male. I was always male. Tell me that I am, Mother. Let me out of here, please. I'm not delirious. My head is perfectly clear. I'm normal. There's nothing wrong with me. I'm not cursed. Mother! Say something! Mother! Throw this whole family out.
Throw them in the trash.
Into the Jaguar pit with you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Phew. Now you fear Michelle's knife? Yeah, better play that one safe.
Oh my god, stop!
Did you think someone was at your door, Freyja?
Yes!
Oh no, that's scary! After that, I was shut in my room again, and even the servants stopped coming. I pushed and I shoved and I pulled and I pounded with all my strength, but the door and windows didn't budge. A day passed, and then another. With no food or water, I started fearing death was upon me. I'd had no idea how miserable it was to go so long without water. My throat was dry and cracked, and it felt like it was on fire, making breathing difficult. 2 days, 48 long hours. I felt like I was going to lose my mind. After just 2 days, my skin stretched tight across my bones, looking hard and dry in the soft candlelight. Water.
I'm gonna take a sip since Michelle can't.
Whoa, rubbing it in his face.
Yeah.
So mean. This is what makes you mean, Freyja.
No, you just reminded me, that's all.
I need water. Someone, please give me water. Why won't anyone bring me any? Why? My family had abandoned me and were leaving me to die in this room. When I realized that, I broke into uncontrollable shaking. Thank you for the thirsty redeem, Kobez.
For Michelle.
For Michelle. Yeah, Freyja is mean. She's very, very mean.
No, I'm so nice.
She's
No.
mean. She's so mean. All the time. Everything.
No, never.
Yeah, all
Never,
the time.
ever.
Very often. When I realized that, I broke into uncontrollable shaking. The helplessness threatened to suffocate me. Fear of death turned to panic, which only scrambled my already confused mind further. I grabbed a chair, swinging it at the window at the door. But all my attempts ended in crushing failure. Lawn arms!
Listen, Asterix. I had to.
Ew. Anyone. I clawed at the door, begging for help. Someone open the door. Anyone. Water. I need water. 1 drop. That's all I need. I'm going to die in here. Someone. Anyone. Mother. Father. Didier. George. Someone open the door, please. Help me. Someone. I need water. My throat hurts. It burns. I'm so weak. Someone water. Didier. Extra sound effects. George's. Anyone. Oh, thank you for the posture check, Axel. Okay, let's sit up properly, Freyja. You too. It's Michelle. Oh, I'm gonna let him in and let him have some water.
Watch out, his long arms. Oh,
Watch
no.
out! No, you.
Ew.
Long arms coming for you, Freyja.
Oh no!
But not a single soul came to the door. With no food or water, the 3rd day came and went, and then the 4th. By that point, I was expectedly devoid of any sense of dignity, and I sat there, covered in all manner of human filth, as my body quickly wasted away. Still, I clung to the vain hope that someone would open that door. It was all I had. Occasionally I would hear footsteps. Whenever I did, I mustered up what meager strength I had to bang on the door. Whoever's there, please open the door. I'm begging you, someone. But my pleas fell on deaf ears. Though they didn't respond to me, I could hear the Abigails muttering to one another in the corridor.
Did you hear that?
Yes, I did.
I wonder what's gotten into Lady Michelle.
They say she was cursed.
Maybe she sold her soul to the devil.
How dreadful.
We should stay away from that door. If we don't want to be cursed too.
I am not cursed. I did not sell my soul to the devil.
I'm kind of scared.
I might have to find work somewhere else.
Gotta make sure we stay away from that door.
Why do you think I'm cursed? I never did anything wrong.
Lady Michelle has lost her mind.
She's deranged.
I'm scared even thinking about her.
I am not deranged. My mind is perfectly fine.
She's right crazy.
She's right mad. No, I'm not. I'm perfectly normal. Someone, please get me out of here. The 5th and then the 6th day passed, and by that point I was hovering on death's brink. It's the 2 Abigails talking to each other of all the servants. I lacked even the willpower to hold myself up against the door, so I simply lay on the cold floor, waiting for the end. I felt no sorrow, no anger, no despair, nothing. I had been sucked completely dry. I couldn't even compose a coherent thought, which is why, when the door I had so yearned to open actually did, and someone else stepped inside, standing over me, I was unable to process it.
My God, what a mess. Hey, are you still alive?
I'm thirsty.
That sure is Michelle.
Yeah.
Well, look at that. I was afraid you would be dead.
It was Amy's voice.
I'm sorry, really. I didn't mean you much harm. But after what you said in front of the whole family, I was a little upset.
I couldn't tell what she was saying. All I could hear were garbled sounds, and all I could do was moan at her.
The servants are all afraid of you now after your little episode. So I volunteered to bring you your food in their place.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just like that, Asterix. And she does kind of look like a Silent Hill monster here. It's very scary looking.
Everyone was so grateful. I don't think anyone likes you anymore.
Damn.
Damn.
Eventually, my muddied mind managed to make sense of the thing she was holding in her hands. A tray of food. I could smell it from here.
At first, I just gave your food to a stray cat. I wish you could have seen it devouring every last bit.
Water.
What I didn't know, though, was that people can die in just a few days without water. I never intended to kill you. I just didn't know. So I'm really sorry about that.
Water.
But you're alive. For someone so physically weak, you sure are tenacious. Isn't that nice? You have one thing you can be proud of.
Water.
What was that? Water? You want water? Hold on, I've got some right here.
She picked up the goblet with her delicate fingers. My hand swiped weakly at the air, trying to grab it. A grin spread across her lips, and then she let go.
Go on, drink. You'd better hurry or the rug will absorb it all. You wanted water, didn't you? Then drink.
At that moment, I could hear the sound of the last of my dignity crumbling away. Driven solely by my survival instinct, I bent down toward the rug. Opens Jaguar.
Please.
Please put her in it. We hate her. Pressing my lips against the spreading puddle.
You really did it. This is too good, Michelle. You look like a cat. No, cats are much more graceful. I can't stop laughing. The daughter of a prestigious family, villagers, sucking water out of a carpet. I wish I had a painter here to capture this image on canvas. So you know, I accept that I made a mistake, Michelle. I promise I'll bring you your food from now on. I'll take very good care of you. This is going to be fun.
Listening to her childish, yet deeply malicious laughter, I understood. I was her plaything now. My hell was only just beginning. She's the worst. She's the worst. Having gotten food and water, my body recovered somewhat. But I was hardly in peak condition. That would take some time, given how badly malnourished I'd been. Oh, I agree. I think she's definitely the worst. Like, this is straight up evil, you know? To take this much delight in somebody's suffering. Amy continued to treat me like her pet, constantly stoking the flame of rage within me. But I was too weak to stay on my feet for long, and talking hurt my throat. I assume it was a calculated effort on her part to maintain power over me, to keep me as miserable as possible. She always had a smirk on her face as she gazed down on me.
today I'm going to feature myself. What's the matter? I can't put anything in your mouth with your mouth closed. Or do you want to starve to death?
Amy, why are you doing this?
Why? Because it's fun. Why else?
You married into this family, you sick wench. What gives you the idea you can treat me?
Are you saying that because I married in, I'm of lesser stature than you?
Oh, I can't remember which Stephen King book that is. That's gonna bother me if I can't remember the title.
Sounds spooky.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. I am.
Freyja, we should watch The Shining sometime.
Oh god, that scared me as a child. I never
Oh
watched
no!
it. All I saw, because we had the VHS tape, and so of course I see the cover image, and it scared me.
Just the cover, aww.
Just the cover, it was enough to spook me.
Aww.
But okay, if you hold my hand.
Okay, I'll hold your
Amazing.
hand.
Thank you.
Just
I know
as
one
nicely
scene.
as
I think-
Amy's holding Michelle's hand through the
Oh.
section.
Oh no, wait, no.
You already agreed. You already agreed.
No!
Yeah.
No, it's so mean. See, and this is why Aqua's so mean.
No,
All
I'm
the
nice.
time. No. But what's your point? You think you can intimidate me with formalities?
Amy,
Ew. I would rather you not speak my name if you wouldn't mind.
that doesn't excuse your treatment of me. Someone, Didier or George, will make you pay for this.
You don't have a single friend here, Michelle. No one to take your side. And no one to say a thing about me playing with you.
Oh yes, I've played that game. That was one of my childhood favorites.
Ooh.
I think it was the game that like got me into gaming, you know?
Aww. I also played a little bit, but it was my cousin who had it, so I never got to play much of it.
Ooh, it's a good one. It's a lot of fun. It's just cute and it's very nostalgic to me.
Yeah. Assuming you were somehow able to tell someone, no one would believe you.
That's a lie.
Do you have any idea what people say about you? They say you've gone mad. That you sold your soul to the devil. Do you honestly believe anyone would trust you?
I am not mad.
I don't know, you look plenty mad to me.
Fine, then I'll run away. Oh yeah, Majora's Mask is my favorite Zelda game. It's very, very good.
Ooh.
I'll escape from this estate and from you.
You think you could survive out in the world with that body? A stray cat could lift more than you. You'd never find work.
Well, I'd say she is. She's doing all three of those.
Absolutely.
In the worst way.
Mm-hmm. I'd give you a week at best.
You can't be so sure of that. Maybe I could make it on my own.
Maybe, but either way, there's no way getting you out. You try to run, someone might just cut your legs off.
How is that at all necessary?
Don't ask me. Maybe because your curse hasn't broken? You know, you're lucky you're even allowed to be alive. And you should be grateful to me for volunteering to take care of you. Nobody else wanted to have anything to do with it. So if you want to keep living, you have to show me some respect, and you have to do everything I tell you to. Understood?
So this is the real you? You were just pretending to be respectable. When in reality, not only are you sleeping with Didier, you're a downright vile woman. You've been putting on an act ever since you got here.
Oh, you make it sound like I'm somehow worse than everyone else. I'm quite normal, thank you.
How's this normal?
Listen to me, Michelle.
The side of me you see right now isn't necessarily the whole thing. The sweet girl I am for the family is also me. And when I held you in my arms, that too was me. I'm not putting on an act.
Liar.
Although, to tell you the truth, I never actually liked you, so that part was a lie, yes. If Mother hadn't asked, I would have never even considered getting friendly with you.
Amy.
You know, life as a noble woman is so dull. It's so restrictive. No room for love at all. So can you really blame me? There so happened to be the most wonderful night right there for the taking. Why shouldn't I have gone after him? I'm still young. Let me have some fun, you know? Not like women have much else in the way of recreation.
So it wasn't Didier, but you who seduced him?
And it would all have worked out beautifully, too, if it wasn't for you meddling kids and your stupid dog. If you had only kept your mouth shut, you had ruined our family gathering and damaged my reputation.
Yeah, I agree. Didier should have known better, you know?
Yeah!
It takes, like, she's in the wrong for sure, but it takes two to tango, you know?
Mm-hmm. And you called me a whore. That wasn't very nice now, was it? Is it any surprise I'm a little sore?
Uh-oh, Scoop.
You brought this on yourself, Michelle.
I brought this on myself? Don't you dare. Nothing justifies what you're doing to me. I'm not the disturbed one. You're a crazy whore, and don't you try and pretend otherwise, damn you.
Oh my, such language. You're not being very nice to me, Michelle. Girls aren't supposed to talk like that, you know.
I'm not a girl.
Then what are you?
I'm a man.
A man? With that body?
Amy quietly rose, grabbed me by the hair, and shoved me to the floor. Let go of me.
You call yourself a man? You can't even get out of a girl's grip. I'm not all that strong either. In fact, I'd say I'm rather weak. Just a small, powerless girl. If you were a man, you would have no problem breaking free, malnourished or otherwise. But you can't.
Good. She traced the lines of my emaciated ribs with her nails, traveling slowly, down my chest.
But even ignoring that, you're missing the most important part.
Stop. Get off me. I tried to shove her aside with all the strength I could squeeze out of my arms. But as Amy had said, I couldn't even overpower a girl. All I could do was lie there beneath her and beg. Get off me! Groaning in anger and frustration. Her finger came to a stop just above my navel. She looked up at me with a sweet smile, and then pulled her hand away. And just as a wave of relief spread through me, she shoved me back, jumped up, and slammed her foot between my legs.
No!
I shuddered as the pain jolted up my spine. Amy looked down on me as I screamed.
Have a look at the headlock here. See that chap over there? Get your hand off my penis!
I didn't expect it to end exactly like that. A smirk spread across her face.
Oh my, does that hurt? There's a surprise. Even without boy parts, it still hurts.
Stop, please. and she didn't stop at stepping on me. I'm begging you, stop, please. She dug her toes into my flesh. You did without listening to the whole thing?
Wait, really? What are you exactly, Michelle? From the feel of it, you don't quite have proper girl parts either.
Amy, please. On top of the physical pain, unbearable humiliation and shame corroded away at my spirit.
What a strange creature you are.
Stop. Stop. If I could have died right then and there, honestly, that would have been preferable to the emotional hell she was putting me through.
You should take a look at yourself in the mirror, Michelle. And you're crying. Sobbing like a sad little girl. Not much of a boy, are you? You lusted after me with this body? Seriously? You're disgusting. I can't believe you actually had the gall to fall for me.
Amy's abuse was not a one-time occurrence. As she had promised, she came to feed me every day, but her arrival brought nothing but anguish and torture. Yeah, Freyja's having fun being evil.
It's my everyday life.
See, this is why we call you mean.
You can be nice and also evil at the same time.
I don't know about that, Freyja.
Sure you can.
If you say so, but I don't know. I don't know.
No, I'm not mean.
Yes, you
I just
are.
like laughing. No, I just like laughing. You know.
Yeah, but never forget. We have proof that Freyja's a bad person.
No.
Oh my god. Every day, she chipped away more of my spirit, but I hadn't succumbed to her yet. My anger still overpowered any fear I felt. About a week after Amy started caring for me.
Have you been a good girl, Michelle? I brought you your supper. I set it right here for you. What's the matter, Michelle? Your food's right there. It's going to get cold. Go on, eat. But no using your hands. Crawl over and use your mouth. Come on, eat. Or would you rather I fed you? What was that? Do you have something to say?
Oh.
I can't understand a word you're saying, Michelle.
Thank you for the clip, Asterix. I appreciate that.
If you would eat, you would have enough strength to talk. Huh?
I'm going to kill you, Amy! That was, I believe, the first time in my life I had felt a sincere, overpowering desire to end someone's life. I wanted to see her dead. With my hands and legs tied up, I lurched for her, and like the dog she so wanted me to be, I chomped down on her wrist. The taste of someone else's blood was far more unpleasant than I had expected. I felt like I was going to vomit. But I was determined to not let go of her wrist for any reason. I would gnaw through to the bone and rip her entire hand off. She could beat me unconscious, and I still wouldn't let go.
Yeah!
She would have to kill me to get me off her. I wanted her to feel the same pain I felt when she trampled on me. Oh, that was you. Whoops.
Yeah.
My body never did what I wanted it to, though. I could swear on my life I wouldn't release her arm. but I could never seem to make good on my determination. Amy's foot flew up into my emaciated gut. The pointed tip of her shoe dug into my flesh like a knife, and I collapsed to the floor in a fit of convulsions. And just as I was about to cough up a mouthful of stomach acid, she rammed her foot into my abdomen a second time. She didn't even give me enough time to get to my feet, let alone fight back before she kicked me again. Again and again and again and again. Stop. My gut, my chest, my legs, and my face.
What's wrong with you? Don't you get it? You're not the one in control here. You should be thanking me. What you did to me that day was incredibly hurtful. Yet here I am bringing you your food. Can you not see just how kind-hearted I am? So why would you go and bite me? What would possess you to do such a thing?
Yeah, Freyja hops when she talks. It's very cute. Bouncy, bouncy bunny. Boing, boing, boing. Gasping for breath, my consciousness slipping away from me, I caught a glimpse of Amy's eyes as she swung her leg back for another kick. And when I did, a single word rose to my mind. Demon.
Isn't that something? You can't even stand up to a girl. I'm not that strong. I'm weak and frail. This is the first time I've ever kicked someone. I have absolute control over you, Michelle. You understand that now, right? You learned your lesson, didn't you?
Not an ounce of strength remained within me. My tongue and cheeks were torn up and my mouth tasted of blood. Thinking herself weak and having no experience in the ways of physical violence, she knew no restraint. The ignorant can be so much more brutal and viciously relentless than the seasoned. Yeah, have you ever been in a physical fight with a girl? It's fucking nasty.
Right?
Right? Listen, it's because girls, they know to, they learn to fight dirty. I don't know what it is.
It's true!
But, literally, and I know this from getting in, fights with my brother as a kid, it's fucking nasty. You don't even think about it. You're just like, oh, okay, it'll hurt a lot if I pull hair, so I'm gonna, grab hair by the roots.
my older
It's fucking
sisters,
bad.
they're so bad. They used to fight with keys between their knuckles. They're so
Yeah! Go to a club and, watch two girls get into a fight. It's fucking scary.
awful.
They don't hold back. It's bad. My vision had gone red, and I could hardly feel my own face. There was a strange gurgling sound with every breath I took.
Jeez, what am I going to do about this hand? It hurts like crazy. Oh, I know. I'll tell everyone you finally lost it. And tried to bite my hand off. They'll all feel so bad for me. I can just see the sad looks on Didier and George's faces.
Your family was one of law and order, Kobes. Oh, do you do Asterix? Dang, did I just grow up in chaos?
Yes, me too.
Yeah. Is that why we are the way we are?
Yes. That's why we're horrible to each other now.
Yeah. They will not.
You know, your brothers have completely given up on you. A deranged sister is nothing but trouble. You know what you are, Michelle. You're a demon child.
Why was I the demon and not her? Why did no one come to my aid? Several times I considered ending my life, but every time I did, memories of better days came back to me. Of the time before my body had transformed. Your sister, you spent time trying to dropkick each other because of a movie? Oh my god.
Oh no.
Okay, yeah, I never got, like, quite that crazy with it. It was more just, you know, like, punching and kicking and hitting. And also, this was when I was pretty young, so, like, it wasn't as damaging as it could have been.
Yeah.
We did stop when I was old enough to know.
Smarter, wiser.
Yep. The days when we were all so sure of our happiness kept me chained to life. Why couldn't things still be the way they had been then? In my heart, I hadn't changed at all. So how had things ended up like this? You turned out all right, you think?
That's good.
Mm-hmm.
Michelle! Oh, Michelle! Are you in there?
Did you need something, George?
Oh, come on, don't be like that. Do I have to need something to talk to you?
No, but you looked like you were in an unusually good mood, so I thought.
Well, why wouldn't I be? It's a wonderfully gloomy day out.
I would understand if it were clear out, but can you really say it's wonderfully gloomy? Yep, we're inceptioning the flashbacks.
Inception. Well, you can't be outside for very long when it's not cloudy, so in our case, this is perfect weather. What do you say we go for a little stroll while we can? Dee's around today too, so we can see if he's up for it. It'll be like old times. We've been running around like headless chickens lately, so we haven't had much of a chance for a sibling outing. We'll have Mom make us lunch and then... oh, we'll take a couple horses up to the forest edge.
Oh wow, your brother sounds strong. I'm fine with that if you are.
You bet your bum I am. I asked after all.
That sounds like something you'd say, Freyja.
It is. I write this down in my notes.
Your notes?
Now come on, let's go.
You bet your bun I am.
You bet your
Oh my
bun I
god!
am. Oh my god!
You have to
yes.
use that, Freyja. You have to use it. You have to. Oh my god, it's perfect.
Yeah.
It's so good.
Thanks, Asterix. I owe you my life.
An outing, you say?
Yep. Hop on a couple horses and head for the forest. We haven't done this in a while, so we figured why not?
I see. Well, if Michelle is coming, I see no reason to say no. Let's set off right away.
Whoa, slow down there. Are you saying we wouldn't go if it was just me?
Yeah.
What? It's Michelle or nothing?
Yeah. Of course. Why on earth would I want to go horse riding alone with you? I'd rather drown myself.
Oh, gasp!
Someone clip Freyja's little gasp. Didier, could I perhaps make a small request? Go on, let's hear it. Do you mind if I hold the horse's reins? Oh, that's all? By all means. I'll be there behind you to make sure nothing happens, so have at it. But do be warned, my horse is a bit temperamental. If you're not gentle, he'll start getting moody with you. I doubt that will be a problem for you, though, Michelle. I'll be careful.
Hey, whoa! Slow down, guys!
Look at that, Michelle. George is still fumbling around all the way back there. Are we going a bit too fast? No, you're fine. That you were able to get past that so quickly is proof of your talent.
Finally got up. This isn't a race, you know. Why can't we enjoy the scenery, indulge in some nice pathos?
A warrior and his horse need not of pathos. Isn't that right, Michelle? Yay! Freyja shocked!
No, like yes! I wonder what it was in Japanese. Oh yeah! I don't know.
I don't know. I'm sure the translator had a lot of fun being like, oh, I could put this in.
Yeah.
It certainly is, Didier.
Come on, you guys, be nice. This was my idea. You've really taken after old D, haven't you, Michelle? I, for one, would rather see you admiring flowers or dancing with butterflies or gazing out at a beautiful sunset or enjoying poetry. More pathos, my dear sister, and less barbarism.
Long swords, suits of armor, and tales of heroic knights are so much more appealing, though.
What? You've let him get his claws in too deep, Michelle. Oh dear, oh my, I'm going to have 2 meathead siblings before I know it.
What did you just call me? Now, you two.
You know me.
Oh my god. It would be funny to make Freyja's gasp a blurp.
That would be cute.
I think Essie has a blurp.
I think so.
I think there's an Essie one. I don't remember exactly what it is, but I think there is one if you look her up. Why don't we stop here for a picnic?
Second, my stomach's been rumbling up a storm. I took a few bites earlier because I was about to die back there.
I hope your horse throws you into a river.
These brothers.
Cute. Look at baby Michelle. He's so cute.
Isn't he?
Uh-huh.
Hey, so the other day I brought a cat home.
A cat?
Yep, speckled from head to toe and ugly as a witch's arse. I was gonna keep it in my room, but Mom flipped when she saw it. Keep that filthy thing out of my house. Wish there was someone there. I really wish there was something we could do about how much of a clean freak she is.
Sure, try not to stress Mother too much. You're unpredictable enough as it is. It would be nice, though, to have a cat, I mean.
You think so? Then how about this? We'll keep it in the courtyard. I'll feed it on days when it's clear, and you can do it when it's cloudy, Michelle.
I don't know what cats eat, though.
I bet he'd like pastries.
Do you want to kill the cursed thing? Cannot approve of anyone taking care of an animal who thinks that's a good idea. Sorry.
I'll pull the stick out of your arse, dude. Life's all about experimentation. Live and learn.
Don't experiment on animals. Nox, hello! How are you doing? Yes, we're still live. It's good to see you.
It is.
Well, if you're gonna be like that, how about you help out too? We can keep an eye on us. You can keep an eye on us and make sure we don't do anything stupid.
What? Now you're trying to drag me into this?
Already done. You're in. It's settled.
Damn it, George.
Now we need to come up with a name.
Yes, I'm doing well. How about you, Freyja?
I'm doing great.
Are you Tony the Tiger?
Yes.
Ew!
Transport.
Ew! That's so gross! Why? I hate the, mental image of you changing into Tony the Tiger.
Like the Animorph.
Yeah! You...
Please.
Oh my god. Terrible.
Have any ideas, Rochelle?
What? You want me to name it?
Not very often you get to give another living thing a name. Well, I guess you might have a few more chances down the road. Consider this practice.
Something elegant and beautiful. You've got this.
Now, George, don't put so much pressure on her. You have a point, though. It is a good opportunity. Don't stress too much about it, Michelle. Just choose something you like. Ooh! Leftover pizza for breakfast? Asterix had pizza earlier, too. Oh my god, it's pizza time.
You have to pay the
It really
pizza
is
tax.
pizza time. Yeah, Freyja's been demanding a pizza tax. She's horrible.
Yeah, if you're here with pizza, you have to share. Sorry, don't make the rules.
You said the cat was speckled and ugly.
Yep. One look and you'll be laughing so hard you can't breathe.
Alright then. Ugly Speckles.
Oh, Michelle, you're so cute. Oh, I'm slayed.
Pizza time.
Yeah, there it is! Yes, yes! Pizza time! Pizza time! Pizza time! Pizza time! Pizza time!
I need to make pizza after the stream.
Oh my god, same.
That's its name?
It would seem you do not have a future in the arts, Michelle. But you said it was ugly and speckled, George.
I did, yes. You could have tried a little harder than that, though. But you know, why not? Ugly Speckles it is. It's actually kind of charming when you say it out loud.
It is.
Ugly Speckles.
It's not that funny. It is quite something indeed.
This is so cute.
The more I think about it, the more I... Not you too, Didier.
We should bring Ugly Speckles to our next outing. Sitting together beneath the clouds having lunch.
That we should. When Michelle's gotten a little bigger, let's do this again. The three of us and our ugly speckled cat.
You said it. We're all good friends here after all.
I've never been your friend, though.
God, you must you always be such a jerk.
Didier, George, was Amy telling the truth? Do you really think I'm nothing but trouble? Do you think I've lost my mind? That I'm a demon child? Didier, George, why do you not open this door for me and let me out? Were the things I said that day really so heinous? Do you resent me too, like Amy? Didier, George, how do you think about me now? Is this body really so unusual? If I hadn't undergone the transformation I did, would things still have been the way they were before? Would we be able to go out to that forest again and make silly, meaningless conversation, everyone laughing like we'd had then? If this body hadn't changed the way it did, would I not be trapped in this darkness? Even if that were the case, I didn't want to be a girl. If God descended from heaven and offered to change me back, I would have turned him down, because inside, I wasn't a girl.
I'll be right back. Hold on, 1 second. 1 second.
Oh jeez, okay.
Minute and a half.
I might also BRB real quick then, so we'll take a little break here.
この混沌とした令和のインターネットを照らす一筋の光、電子の海を漂うオタクに笑顔を、未来の平和をお約束、そう打つだけど任せとけ、インターネットエンジェルただいま降臨。社会をやめろ、家族をやめろ、人間関係をやめろ。今すぐ薄暗い部屋で青白いライトを浴びろ。
大丈夫、怖かったこと全部上書きするからね。現実よりもおかしくなりそうなほど情報型のインターネットを今助けてあげるよダーリンダーリン。 嘘は外と見抜けるしこの絵暴走しちゃうしこれ自信なるけど考えなくていいんだよもうすぐ楽になるから脳内に乱反射するポイズンレニー麻薬より甘いよいいね良くないね君にとっては毒だねいいね良くないねそれでも飲むんだねいいね良くないね二人の秘密だね私だけ見ててねまるで天使のように微笑む強めの計画インターネットそして悪魔みたいにささやくあなただけの出番に入りが多彩に見れた承認欲求のオーバードーズ脳電直撃する私たちだけの宗教と光倫理より激しく生きた宇宙すら伸縮する恋何度も送られる毒電波を痩せしただけで包んで逆さまのコンピューターと断片的なカウンセリングきらめく屋上で奏でた夢見心地の旋律夕暮れ時にさよならの練習をして壊して愛して許してぐるってぐるってぐるって甘く狂わせて揺らぎ始める世界曖昧になる風景あなただけが映っているメモリー神様なんていないよこのふざけたインターネットは七色のサイケデリック SNS という瓶詰め地獄に救済も過去の歴史は未来フリーあなたのためならすぐそばにインターネットエンジェル可愛き誕生まるで天使のように
Alright, we're back. Thank you guys for your patience.
Thanks, everyone.
No problemo. Nice to have a little break.
Yeah.
Alright. And so, my nightmare at Amy's hands didn't end there either. As much as I loathed to admit it, I was terrified of her. Every day I dreaded the sound of the door opening. Yeah, nice little dance break. I saw Cat Jam and Fish Jam in the chat. Always good to see those. Yeah, Fish Jam. Want to see? Fish Jam's really good.
Is it? Is it really? Oh my god! Oh my god! I love it so much.
It's so funny.
It is.
However, if I were to block the door off with furniture, I would lose my only remaining lifeline. I had no choice in the matter.
It's time for supper, Michelle. I brought your favorite, parsnips. Well, the dogs didn't eat them anyway. But you don't mind, do you?
Well, look at all these fish.
Look at all these chickens.
Look at all these fish.
Oh no. I'm going to cut your nails today, Michelle. I need you to stay very still. You wouldn't want my hands to slip. So to make sure you do, I'm tying you up. This way you can't accidentally move. No, oh my god! You did!
Oh my god, I love it! I can't wait to use it.
Me too! Here's your water, Michelle.
Oh, thank you.
It's murky. Oh, heavens me. I must have fetched it from the wash bin by mistake. It's supper time, Michelle. I brought you parsnips again. Don't worry, the dogs didn't have any of these. They didn't seem to be interested in eating them raw. What, you don't want any? And what am I going to do with these? You know, Michelle, you're such a disgrace. Cry for me, won't you? Beg for mercy. Look at you, all that pride gone out the window. It's hilarious, I tell you.
She did everything imaginable to torture me. both physically and emotionally. To be honest, it was rather impressive, in a sick way, how she was able to come up with so many different ways to torment me. And she knew precisely what caused me the most pain. My body, and the discrepancy between what I was and what I felt I was. She delighted in telling me I wasn't male, and sometimes in showing me. But I don't think I need to describe these things she did to me in any more detail. I could think of only one way to keep myself from breaking down. I completely stopped talking, stopped struggling. Then one day, after about 6 months or so, she said with a disinterested sigh,
I'm done.
and that was the last of it. By swallowing my pride and not resisting, I was able to escape from her grip. Once she was gone, the servants took over attending to me again. I was still imprisoned, but now there was a serenity in my solitude. I didn't speak with anyone. I didn't make eye contact, and I didn't do anything. I just lived. But even though I had peace, I still feared Amy having a change of heart. I trembled at the possibility that one day it might be her that opened the door. But above all, I hated, despised the fact that I lived in such fear of a girl. An overwhelming self-loathing threatened to crush me. I had recurring nightmares about the things Amy had done to me. The wounds she gave me did not heal, they only grew worse, eating away at me day after day. I was beginning to lose confidence in my own sanity in the silent darkness, where there was no sense of time. The line between dream and reality blurred. Oh! At first I thought that was Freyja! I was like, what? Freyja? There was something about it. I often found myself screaming, crying into the empty air. I clawed at my skin, pulled out my hair, paced back and forth across the room, pounded at the door, yelling for help. Yeah, she does have that gremlin energy. Screamed some more. It was the very image of pitiful, absolute wretchedness, and every time I did, I'm sure there was someone on the other side of that door, whispering about how poor Michelle had lost her mind. Yeah, Freyja gnomed me. Ew. Gross.
Ew.
Ew. Freyja, you gotta stop gnoming.
No. I'll do what I want to.
No, ew. I know you're as small as one, but that doesn't mean you can be one.
Oh.
You're just a little garden gnome.
Yeah, maybe that's all I want to be in life. Maybe I should change my my whole appearance.
Freyja,
Garden.
did you ever hear about the guy in Final Fantasy XIV who got paid to be a garden gnome in front of somebody's house?
What?
Yeah, they asked, like, this dude who played as a Lalafell to come sit in their yard and be a garden gnome in the house for, like, a couple hours, and he did it, and then later, one of their friends saw him spending the gil they had given him in an ERP brothel. And RPing in the public chat.
I'm not a gnome. I'm not a gnoblin. I'm a gnome, and you've been gnomed.
You've been gnomed.
Both
Anyways,
that blurb in that story is fucking hilarious.
that story, that could be you, Freyja.
Can you imagine?
Yeah. That's my fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, how else are you gonna spend that hard-earned gil?
You're right.
God.
I better go.
Eventually, I gave up entirely. It was a stormy night on my 16th year. I had been confined for more than 2 years at that point. Heavy rain pounded against the windows like thousands of little spheres. I was sitting quietly on my bed, unable to fall asleep, when suddenly there was a loud banging on the door. Michelle! Michelle, are you awake?
If you weren't, then hurry up and get awake. We've got big trouble.
Lower your damn voice!
But
When I first heard my brother's voices after so long, I thought I was hallucinating. In 2 years, they had never once come for me, no matter how hard I pounded on the door, no matter how many times I called for them. And after all that time, I didn't expect that to ever change. I had given up, assumed they had long since cast me aside. Unable to bring myself to say anything, I simply stared at the door. Oh. Ah.
Ah.
Ah. Before Freyja becomes a Lalafell.
No, I can't. That'd be admitting to my own height.
I think you kind of did there.
No!
Yeah, I'm sorry, Freyja. You're small. You're well, baby. You're baby. Yeah, you're baby way. You're baby. So cute.
Stop!
So cute,
I'll
so
punch you
small.
out. I'm gonna punch you out.
Oh,
Just
baby
wait.
punches.
Just you wait. No,
Oh,
it'll hurt so bad.
little
if you
tiny
stop.
punches. Oh,
No, they're not
so
tiny.
cute.
They're
So
big
cute.
and scary.
You're so cute.
You're gonna. Just you wait. Mark my words.
You're so cute when you're mad. Grr. God, unable to bring myself to say anything, I simply stared at the door. And there was another bam bam.
Goddamn.
Oh right, you do the sound effects, don't you, Freyja? Forgot about that!
It's okay, that was cute.
The sound was half consumed by a crack of thunder, giving it an indescribably eerie quality. Please say something, Michelle.
Seriously, there's no time.
You can hear us in there, can't you? You're there behind the door, aren't you?
Come on, just one word, Michelle.
Is that really you, Didier, Georges? For a moment, they seemed to be at a loss for words. Probably because they almost didn't recognize my voice. But it was only a heartbeat, and then Didier spoke. There's a carriage waiting outside. I'm going to unlock the door so you can leave in it. Why? Because
Dad's talking crazy. He's saying the Boulanger family has no need for a demon child, and you're a mark of shame on their name. So he's going to have you executed.
Georges! Father wants me dead? It felt like the floor had fallen out from underneath me. Executed? Demon child? Mark of shame? So he was saying I didn't even deserve to live anymore?
No, they look pretty different.
Yeah,
They
that
just have a short hair, black hair.
I think it's just like style that makes them look similar.
It's planned for tomorrow morning. We only just found out ourselves, which is why.
You prepared a way for me to escape? But why? Why? Do you even need to ask? Because we're family. Society Choker, thank you so much for the follow!
Welcome!
Oh, how did my alert box end up beneath everything else? There we go. But yes, thank you for the follow, Society Choker. I hope you're enjoying the stream and I hope you're enjoying being here. Thank you so much! Thank you, I'm glad you like my model. It's especially cute when I do this.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I'm 100 points away from redeeming that.
No!
Just you watch.
No, you can't, Freyja. You're not allowed. You can't. No. No.
I don't know, they're my points. I think I'm allowed to spend them however I wanna.
I don't know, Freyja.
I
don't know. What?
I don't know, Aqua.
We still need to pick a next juicer. So maybe you want to save them for that. I don't know. I don't know. Yes, a free wig reveal. Alright. Back to the story. Because we're family, something terrible has gotten into Father. Saving your points for Freyja's wig reveal. Aw, you mean her shaving?
No, not my
Yeah,
shaving.
you're shaving. We're gonna shave the bunny. Shave the bunny. Shave the cute little baby bunny. Oh.
Baby bunny needs her fur to look fierce.
No, baby bunny should be bald and free. Yes, this is a visual novel. Its name is The House in Fata Morgana. It is a gothic romance visual novel. It is both my and Freyja's, like, it's one of our favorites in the world.
I think it's mostly over now, but just be warned. At the point where we're at, there's a lot of transphobia and intersex phobia, so just be careful. There's a whole list of possible content warnings here if you need to. It's a really good story, and they're not seen in a good light, but it's very sad.
Yeah.
Very,
it deals with a lot of dark content matter, so just always good to beware. We actually have gotten over the hump of a lot of the darkest scenes, though. Wow.
Yeah.
Like it's obviously it's not going to be smooth sailing from here on out, but like we've dealt with, I think, some of the most like upsetting stuff, like directly at least. Because I think Giselle and Michelle's backstories are some of the toughest ones.
They're so sad.
Yes, it's very good. It's about waking up in a cursed mansion that, you know, people have been like falling to tragedy in for like 1,000 years, and there's a maid who's been waiting for you, and she helps you try and get your memories back. And it's a beautiful love story. I really love it a lot.
It's very good.
Yes. And we're learning about one of the main characters' backstories, and we're at the point where his brothers are helping him escape the mansion he was born in, because his father wants him dead because he believes that he's cursed.
Yeah. And then if you wanted to, there's the full playlist right here.
Thank you, Freyja!
For your
Yeah,
convenience.
Freyja and I have been reading it every Saturday night, except for when we were like sick and stuff, because we both just got over COVID.
Yeah.
Yep. But yeah, we're back to our weekly schedule, which is fun. I clenched my teeth, fighting back a bitter, angry sigh. But I couldn't keep all those emotions bottled up for long. A maelstrom of feelings I had thought I'd lost in my 2 years of imprisonment swirled up inside me, spilling from my lips. Why? Why are you doing this now? If you really felt that way, then why didn't you come sooner? 2 years I spent locked in this room. Do you have any idea how I felt in that time? Any idea how hard I had to fight to endure? How many times I cried for your help? Yeah, if you're a visual novel enjoyer, I'd love to hear which ones you like. I read a lot, and I'm always on the lookout for more good ones.
Me too.
Or even just to discuss ones that I love. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. This is not the first time he's been compared to Alucard. There aren't vampires, but there are witches and ghosts and spirits and stuff. Yeah, it's about a mansion that a witch cursed. But you're right, like, this portrait does look a lot like Alucard. It's... Which is good, because both Michelle and Alucard are very attractive, I'm not gonna lie.
It's true.
How hard I pounded on the door, begging to be set free. There is even an Italian. It's so true. There's an Italian.
Jacopo.
Jacopo Berzotti. My horrible husband. Listen, he's so hot in the manga.
I know, he's beautiful.
I know. I'm sad the manga didn't do, like, only did the first half of the story. I wish it had done everything, but
Oh, yeah.
oh well. But never once did you come. Not even once. Michelle. Yeah, there's a manga, but it only covers the first half of the story. We're already past the point where the manga ended. I think it ended after, like, Michelle and Giselle's shared story. Oh, yeah. I have too many husbands to count. Don't ask me that. But I have exactly the right amount. I have a normal amount of husbands.
Totally normal. Definitely normal.
Oh, you read Yuri visual novels? If you have any recommendations, I would love to hear though.
Yeah, me too.
Like, that's been on my list, is I need to play way more good, like, Yuri visual novels, because, right, I feel like I'm just not in the loop enough with that specific subgenre to know, like, what's kind of worth checking out, but I love Yuri.
I know some good companies, but I never, like, actually read their titles.
Yes, yay! Yeah, feel free to drop any recs you have in the chat. I would be happy to go look them up later. Alright, Michelle. I scare you, don't I? You think I've gone insane, that I've lost my mind. That I sold my soul to the devil, don't you?
No, Michelle, we don't.
Then why? Why didn't you come and set me free? Michelle, no, we. For a second there, I forgot I was Didier. I was sitting there waiting for you.
Okay.
Don't think you've lost your mind at all. Letters from a rainy day, oceans and lakes. Ooh, that sounds cute, even just from the title. One sec, I'm gonna copy paste that so I don't lose it, so that I can look it up after stream. Let me open a little word pad. Okay, I got it saved. Thank you so much. I'm excited to look that up. You didn't want to face what I'd become. Tell me I'm wrong, Didier, Georges. You left me here, abandoned me for 2 whole years. Locked me away so you didn't have to see me.
I'm sorry. I'm just, really busy with my art.
Oh, what blew your mind, Asterix?
I've been getting a ton of commissions down at the court.
A calzone is a pizza in defense position.
Oh, you're so
yeah,
right.
That's true. I'd never thought about it like that. But
Oh my
that's
god,
right.
you're right. Like,
Yeah.
protecting its inside.
Yeah. Protecting its organs, and then you open it up and rip them out with your teeth.
Teeth.
Yeah.
Diddy is a knight now, So he's up to his neck in expeditions. I'm really sorry.
Tell me I'm wrong, Asterix. I only speak the truth, unlike Freyja.
What the? I always speak the truth.
As am I. I cannot say that you are wrong. After what happened, I wasn't sure how I was supposed to act around you. Yeah, not very good excuses. I'm still not sure, even now. I knew I had to find the time to collect myself, but I kept putting it off, vainly hoping that time would take care of it all. And for that I owe you an apology, but you need to understand. I do not agree with Father's decision. I do not want to lose you. I don't think you're a demon child. And George feels the same. Neither of us want to see you dead.
What he said, Michelle? There's not much time. We need to get you out of here.
I bit down hard on my lower lip. Hard enough to draw blood. It was that, or start sobbing. Every time some minor shade is thrown from Aqua to Freyja, I expect things to happen like they did one Thursday. Listen, we're friends. We're good friends, right?
We're
friends.
bestest
Yeah.
friends. Yeah.
Wow. Look at us. Wow.
Kill you later on. Yeah! You called me a gnome earlier!
Because you're as small as one! Look at you! You're a little gnome!
God!
You're a little tiny gnome. Aww. Look, we could put you out in the garden.
No!
And then
I
you can
don't
grr
want
at any intruders. You'll be the defense gnome.
I give up. I'm leaving. Good night.
What? No! You can't leave. We're not done the stream.
You can read it all by yourself now.
No. You're making me cry. Look, I'm crying.
Good.
I'm
Jeremy,
sad.
it's so
I'm
good.
sad. I'm so sad. I'm lonely. I'm hurt.
Oh, it's
I'm
too bad,
hurt.
isn't it?
I'm hurt and I'm sad. My friend is being mean to me and
Let
she's
your
gonna
tears-
leave me alone.
Let your tears drop into my cup.
Ew. Here, drink your fucking gross water.
Thank you.
See, Asterix agrees you're being mean. Please apologize.
No, you were mean first.
No, I wasn't. I was stating a fact.
Yeah, okay.
Listen, it was a compliment. I was saying I thought you could defend the house.
Oh, yeah, okay, whatever.
Listen, Freyja. Freyja, I still want to be friends, but I'm feeling really hurt.
You want me to say sorry? Use God to wipe your tears.
Okay.
I'll only say sorry when you say sorry to me first.
I said sorry earlier, and you didn't say sorry back, and I thought I'd be. I did. Yes, I did, and I was like, oh, I'll be mature and not mention it, but now you're bringing it up.
Oh my God. Okay, I'm sorry. Are you happy?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright, friendship back on.
Back to the story.
Yes. It's a little late for that. Michelle.
If you don't get out of here, you're going to be killed.
If I'm not an angel sent from heaven or a demon child, then what am I? What on earth am I?
Yeah. What are you?
I wiped my tears with Graha. You're a Bollinger. You're our family. And that's all there is to it. I pray you can forgive me for averting my eyes for so long. Can I trust you? Can I trust that even if the whole world says I'm cursed, that you'll always be on my side? That you'll always be my brothers?
Oh my God!
Good!
That scared me.
Oh, that got me! Oh my god, that was scary! Oh. Can I put my trust in you once more? Dear George. You absolutely can, Michelle. I swear to God on high. You were looking at another tab, oh no.
And I swear on the art, on the god of art.
Michelle. I have no other choice, do I? I couldn't talk Father out of it, could I? I would rather you didn't try. He is not a man to change his mind. If you were to show up before him, he would likely draw a sword on you himself. It would destroy Mother. I'm sorry, we're not doing this only for you. Okay, I'll go.
Oh, thank goodness.
The carriage will take you to a mansion, Michelle. It's a property Father purchased some time ago. But due to rumors about the house, it's abandoned. No one wants to buy it from him either, and that's unlikely to change. It's the ideal place to keep you out of sight. What kinds of rumors? Well,
No point in keeping it a secret. He has a right to know. They say a witch lives there.
a witch?
I think it's all just made up, personally. I went to check the place out and there was no one there. It was a little dreary, to be sure.
I had hoped to have a better place arranged for you, but there wasn't enough time. This is only temporary, Michelle. I cannot say how long it will be, but Father will pass away eventually. When he does, George will inherit the estate, and that will mean you can return. So I ask that you hold out until that time. If I don't leave, I'm going to be executed. So send me anywhere. I won't complain. I'm glad to hear you say that. I will talk to Father and ensure he does not suspect anything.
We'll make this right. Don't you worry. The long and short of it is, Dad simply wants you erased from the family.
George!
Sorry. I wasn't trying to be mean. But anywho, once I take over and we're in the clear, you'll be acknowledged as a protege.
I see. Okay then.
Can I open the door now?
Just a minute.
You're still not ready?
I don't have any clothing.
Right. You wouldn't, huh?
How tall are you now, Michelle?
Bitch, like I know.
Around the same height as you, I think.
You're taller than me?
Damn.
Alright, I'll bring you some of my clothes. Thank you.
Wow, I don't think I've ever heard you say thank you without putting up a fight, Michelle.
That's not true. I don't think. I'll be back soon. Get what you need together. Alright. Aww.
Freedom.
I love Michelle. Freyja, everyone's taller than you.
Bitch, shut up. There's one person who's not taller than
Who?
me, even if she is this Yuzuki.
I don't know. No, I'm gonna stand you next to Yuzuki next time I have a chance. I'm gonna put you guys back to back and I'm gonna, like, see who's taller, okay?
It'll be me. It'll be me.
I don't know!
Even then, maybe
I don't know.
you're taller than Bella too.
I don't
God, I
know.
hope so.
I'm gonna... I don't know. I don't know if you're taller. I don't know. I have a feeling...
I'm scared. Don't tell me.
I can't tell. I can't tell. Yeah, what happens if it's not you, Freyja? Yeah, Yuzuki being out the moon makes her smaller. Whoa. Gravity and all?
Gravity. Okay. If it's true, then I will finally admit it.
Okay.
I will admit it live on stream if it is true.
Live on stream, alright. You'll have to, like, organize a height debate stream, and then we'll reveal it. It'll be kind of like an episode of Maori, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You are the smallest.
Oh, if it's true, will you release your shaved bun?
No, never.
Not a
Never.
reveal. Yeah.
If you want shaved bun, then you have to earn it in my subathon.
Oh, that's a good point, yeah. Go to Freyja's subathon once she has it. And, you know, get those subs, give those biddies out, and she'll be shaved before you know it.
Oh, I'm scared now.
Freyja, you'll get money for it!
I know. Makes it
Ungrateful bitch. Sitting in the carriage waiting outside, I listened to the pitter-patter of the rain. Listening to the pitter-patter of the rain, I gazed out at my two brothers. I hadn't seen them in 2 years, but they hardly looked any different than how I remembered them. I was the only one who had changed, and dramatically at that. Looking at them, I couldn't help but remember the old days. Playing chess with Didier, learning to draw from Georges.
You know what just happened?
What?
I was looking at chat, so Michelle sliding into scene scared me. Like, what is coming out here? It's just Michelle. Sorry, Michelle.
Freyja, I love you.
Love you too.
Our sibling outings. However, the ominous sound of thunder crashing in the distance drowned out those memories. The mansion is several days' travel from here. Hopefully the carriage isn't too uncomfortable. I will send a package with any supplies you need once a month. Food, clothing, and something to pass the time. If there's anything you want, Michelle, just tell me. Now, or you can have a servant pass a message on to me. I can't think of... Actually, wait, I can think of one thing. I would like a chess set. Alright, I'll have one made. I would rather have yours, Didier. Would that be possible? Are you sure you want that beaten old thing? Yes, I want that one. Alright then, all included in the first delivery.
I'll send you something too, Michelle. Anything you want, just tell me.
In that case, I would like some art tools. I'm nowhere near as much of an artist as you are, George, so they don't have to be anything special.
Gotcha. So some canvas and how about some charcoal? And when you're back, I want to see what you've made with it, okay?
Okay. I know this is already hard enough on you, Michelle, but I need to ask you to do something for me. Avoid making contact with anyone who doesn't already know about you. So, I can't talk to anybody but the servants. Put simply, yes. Tomorrow the world will consider you dead. So we cannot have people finding out you are actually alive. Especially Father. Please do this for me. I've been doing that for 2 years already. I've long since lost interest in interacting with anybody, so you don't need to ask me to keep to myself. Right. Does anyone else know I am alive? Yes, Mother knows. In fact, this was her idea. It was?
She loves you, Michelle. She really does. Mom just, was having a little trouble facing the truth. So even though she's not here to see you off, I guarantee you she doesn't want to see you dead. She wants you to have her, she wants to have you in her life again.
I expect Mother will be writing you, so please take the time to write her back. She's a troubled woman, but her love for you is true and unwavering. Will you do that?
Just a quick little, hey, got your letter, doing great, will suffice.
All right.
Just so you know, it kills me indeed that we can't sign up to Dad. But as long as he lives, his word is God in this house.
I understand that, yes.
Well, you never know. He could be gone quicker than you expect. Weeks from now, and bam! He's dead as Dee's social life.
They care. They're not perfect, they're very flawed people, but they do care. Freyja, fuck you!
Yes!
Fuck you! Fuck you! God damn it, alright, here we go.
Woman want me, fish fear me.
God. Fuck you. Is there not an ounce of respect in your body?
Oh, give me a break. I'm upset. He's gone way too far. And once he's dragged his arse off to the great beyond, anything goes. Surprise! Michelle was alive!
Yeah, I suppose.
Until then, we'll take care of things here. Tomorrow's gonna be the performance of our lives. Crying like a couple of big old babies and laughing off our tails inside.
I'm glad Joker seems to like it. Excuse me, Asterix?
It's true.
Oh my god. The abuse I'm taking. Unbelievable. You'll forgive me if I have trouble trusting that loose tongue of yours.
I'm not stupid. I know this is important. You're not even Amy will suspect a thing.
Amy.
Yeah, not even she can know. And it's gonna crush her, I'm sure, but the less people who know, the better.
When George said her name, my whole body went shamefully cold. It had been 1.5 years since the hell she'd put me through, but every last detail of it remained carved into my mind and body. There was no way she would be even slightly sad about my death. Yeah, fuck Amy. We hate Amy.
Yeah. Yeah.
She might act it, but she would almost certainly be elated by the news. It seemed George still had yet to see what lay beneath that woman's mask.
I know you two were close.
Huh?
Are you worried about how this might affect her?
What?
She cared for you for about 6 months, didn't she? When you wouldn't let the servants in.
What?
From what I hear, you got real close to dying in there. You wouldn't even eat unless she was there.
Who the hell told you that?
What? Is that not what happened?
Did something happen between you two, Michelle? Throw her in the rabbit capybara pit?
Yeah.
Sounds scary. Amy didn't do a damn. Never mind.
Michelle!
I can't tell them. I can't put what I went through into words. It will only worsen my shame. Especially not in front of my brothers. George, how are things between you and Amy?
You still letting what happened 2 years ago get to you? Well, I mean, at the time, things were a total disaster. I'm all excited about getting myself a pretty little wife, only to find out she's rocking the boat with someone else. I cried for weeks.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Deep down, though, she ain't actually a bad girl. She's young, and kids make mistakes. After it all came out, she turned over a new leaf. She started doting on me something serious, and well, it's hard not to let one little mistake like that go when she's trying so hard to make it up with me. The age excuse doesn't work for Dee, though. For about a year, things were really rough between us. I didn't even want to look at him. But at the end of the day, we're family. We can get past anything.
I know, right? The weight Michelle bears, like, what he's dealt with and how he just keeps going on, and even in this case where, like, he has every right to say what Amy did to him, but he chooses not to for the sake of his brothers. And even just because he's, like, he can't bear to say it, I'm like, man. Oh, I love Michelle.
He went through so much.
Mm-hmm.
Besides, because he let the cat out of the bag, that gave me something to hold over Dee. All things considered, I'm not complaining.
So, you would say you're happy then, George?
Sure would, yep.
Asterix. Unbelievable. It's been 5 minutes, I get to put my wig back on. It's
Best
back.
3,000 pesos I've spent in my life.
You're terrible.
Believe it or not, I'm kind of head over heels for her. It's hard not to like a girl like Amy.
Oh, I see.
Do you really feel that bad about 2 years ago?
So she's still keeping up the good girl facade around George and Didier. No one else knows. She's actually a sadistic, cackling demon. There's nothing less trustworthy in the world than a woman who's always smiling. But if George thinks he's happy, I can't take that away from him.
Michelle?
Oh, right, yes. I do feel guilty about the way I lost control of my emotions and took it out on you guys. It happens to everyone. In fact, you could stand to do a little more shouting and fussing than you could because I have underdeveloped social skills. You heard that?
You've got one hell of a nasty streak, Auntie.
I'm glad to hear you're still on good terms. It wasn't my intention to pit the two of you against each other. We know the blame falls on my shoulders. I want you to know something, Michelle. Though your transformation was too much for Mother and Father to accept, with enough time everything will go back to the way it was before, just like it did for myself and George. None of this is your fault. It was all unfortunate timing.
God's a little bit of a jerk, too.
Try not to forget I am a knight, George. In time. In time. Speaking of which, we don't have much left. I'm going to tell the coachman to set off, okay? Didier. Yes. Tell me the truth. Will the three of us ever meet again? Why would you ever ask that? Of course we will.
Not a chance I'm letting this be your last family get-together.
One last question, then. Yes. Am I your brother?
Do it, Carrots! I mean, look at you. Don't look very much of a sister to me. So yeah, I'd say you are.
I see. So long then. Farewell. And may good health bless you until we meet again.
Until then, Michelle.
Farewell.
Did you say it back?
Before seeing me off for good, they both gave me strong, firm hugs. Didier first, and then Georges. The warmth I felt in their arms, in my family's arms, slowly spread through my chilled body, which made it that much more difficult to part ways. The wheels of the carriage rattled against the wet, stone-paved road. I stuck my head out the window, watching as they shrunk into the distance, standing there in the rain until they were completely out of view. A tightness filled my breast. Boo to both of us for playing this sad game! Come on! No,
So good, though.
we have to
It's so
spread the
sad.
tears. We have to
Yeah.
spread the tears. We're all crying together.
Yes, together we suffer.
Every glimmer of hope I had for my new life was matched by an equal degree of darkness and uncertainty. Would I ever make it back home? And if I did, would people still call me a demon child? Having to write mother was another uncomfortable weight on my soul. The thought of having to play a girl for her made me sick. Georges had acted like it would be nothing, but it wasn't that easy. It was more than mere pretend. Didier had said that, with time, things would change. But how could he be certain that those changes would be for the better? The wooden wheels turned, carrying me away to that cursed mansion.
Done! We did
We
it!
did it! Oh,
My goodness.
my goodness.
That was
Alright, so...
such a long read, but that was
Oh,
good.
we finished a big section of story today.
We did.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness.
Thank you guys so much for sticking with us through that. It was so much fun. I both love that part of the story, and it makes me so emotional, you know?
It's so sad. Oh my
Mhm.
god.
Oh
it's
my
sad.
gosh, it's so good, but so sad. I really care about Michel. He's so good. He's so good.
Yes.
Mhm.
Man, he just wants to live his best life.
It's true. We should just let him chill, you know?
Yeah.
Oh
If he
my
wants-
gosh.
If he wants to be a man, if he
What's
knows
up,
he's a man,
Essie?
then let him be.
How
What?
much-
What the fuck?
What the fuck, Essie? Huh? As much as Grahatia lets me.
Wow.
That's my answer for you.
That's
Why
pretty
do you
impressive.
ask, Essie? Why do you ask? I'm so good at
Aqua's like the best for Graha. It's so true.
I'm so scared. What are you doing, Essie? Oh my god. Ah, thank you guys, though, so much for coming. Let me give a little shout out to Freyja, my co-host for tonight. Thank you so much for being here with me, Freyja. She runs a wonderful stream herself, and she is a member of our VTuber group. And tomorrow, we are going to be part of a little stream again Oh god, I need to double check what his Twitch username is.
Oh, Patchwork Grim? Is that?
I'm having this weird feeling that there's like
Oh, like
an underscore, and I want to make sure I put it in the right spot. Okay, yes. Okay, I'm gonna give it. And Grimacy69, that is not his username. I'm giving a shout out to Patchwork Grim. Excuse me. We are going to be playing Dead by Daylight with him and Essie tomorrow for a little bit. So we will be. So if you want to see us again, please do follow Grim so that you can keep updated when he goes live. It will be very fun. I love playing Dead by Daylight with all of them. So yeah,
chaotic.
Thank you guys so much for coming. Alright, so I'm gonna take a look for somebody to raid while we also think of a raid message.
Yes, chat. What do you want a raid message to be? Oh, I have a good one. Wait!
Oh, you do?
Prove the blurb.
Oh! Oh god, I think I need to sign into Blurb. Okay, while you guys think of a raid message, I'll approve the Blurb. Okay.
What are we gonna do?
Oh god, okay.
You can think of one raid message, but if everybody else has something... Aww. That was a good one.
Okay. The blurb is approved.
Oh no.
Gasp raid? Aqua's Gross supportive
really
wife
good.
raid?
I like
You guys
both
could use
too.
both if you wanted. That's allowed. You know?
I'm gonna use Aqua's Graha supportive wife raid.
Oh my god. Okay. Not surprised we're the only ones streaming Fata Morgana. Let me take a look at my mutuals. Let me see. God. Most of the people I follow are Let me see. Do you have any suggestions, Freyja?
I have somebody playing Final Fantasy 14, but I don't know.
I know, I don't know how far in they are.
Somebody's playing, Kirby's Dream Buffet.
Oh, that'd be cute.
Echo of Star Song.
Ooh, what's that? I mean, even if we don't know what it is, if you think they're a good streamer, I'd be down to raid them.
Yeah, okay. Oh, it's a sci-fi visual novel series.
Sure, we could raid another visual novel player. That'd be
Yeah?
nice. Yeah, pass me their username.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
You're
Oh,
welcome.
they're cute.
Aren't they so cute?
Okay. Yes, let's raid them. Alright. So, please give Daifuku your guys' love and energy. Thank you so much for being here. Have a wonderful night or day or afternoon wherever you are. I love you guys and thank you so much for coming.
Yeah, thanks everybody. Good
Yes,
night.
thank you. Have a very wonderful night. I appreciate having you here. Bye-bye.
Bye.